and conditions they shall.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South Sound, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Thanks for joining us. Good evening. This is the World News on your premium talk radio Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. And the headlines: President Bola Tinubu reaffirms support for constitutional reform to guarantee fundamental rights. Court defers hearing of federal government cybercrime charge against Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan till October 20. ADC chieftain Kenneth Okonkwo urges Governor Siminalayi Fubara to seek redress to reclaim 6-month loss during emergency rule. On the foreign scene, Pfizer set to acquire obesity drug maker Metsera for $4.9 billion. Many thanks for staying with us. I am Lucky Maxwell. President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his administration's support for constitutional reforms aimed at strengthening Nigeria's institutions, promoting justice and guaranteeing fundamental rights. Speaking through the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, SGF, George Akume, at the National Public Hearing on the review of the 1999 Constitution in Abuja, the President described the process as a golden opportunity to entrench good governance, inclusivity, and sustainable development. The President commended the House of Representatives Committee on Constitution Review, chaired by Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu, for creating an inclusive platform that engages citizens, civil society, political parties, professional groups, and traditional institutions. Tinubu urged Nigerians to approach the exercise with patriotism and responsibility, stressing that the quality of ideas generated will help shape laws and institutions for future generations. Speaker of the House of Representatives, Abbas Tajuddin, described the public hearing as a significant moment in Nigeria's democratic journey, assuring that the National Assembly would expedite the process to avoid unnecessary delays. On his part, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Constitution Review Committee, Benjamin Kalu, disclosed that 87 amendment bills were compiled from nationwide public hearings, memoranda, and regional consultations. The presidency has dismissed claims by former Kaduna State Governor Nasiru El-Rufai that President Bola Tinubu is seeking to make himself a life president, insisting that the president has no plan to remain in office beyond 2031 if re-elected. El-Rufai had over the weekend urged former Vice President Atiku Abubakar to rally Nigerians against President Tinubu on 2027, alleging that the current administration is centralizing power instead of devolving it to the lower levels. Reacting in a statement, the presidential spokesperson Bayo Onanuga described El-Rufai's remarks as unfounded claims and speculations. Onanuga noted that President Tinubu's popularity remains strong, especially in the north, citing the reception he received in Kaduna last Friday. The presidency further dismissed El-Rufai's suggestions of a plan for tenure elongation as baseless and absurd. The Federal High Court sitting in Abuja has deferred full-blown hearing of the 6-count cybercrime charge the federal government preferred against the suspended senator for Kogi Central, Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, till October 20. The scheduled hearing was stalled by a fresh application the defendant filed to challenge the jurisdiction of the court to try her. At the resumed proceeding in the matter, the federal government's lawyer, David Kaswe, told the court that his witness was available for the commencement of the trial. However, Senator Akpoti-Uduaghan's team of lawyers led by Ehioge West, Idahosa's son, drew attention of the court to a preliminary objection his client filed to challenge its jurisdiction to hear the case. He told the court that the objection was centered on alleged abuse of the prosecutorial powers of the Attorney General of the Federation, AGF, and Minister of Justice. More so, the Defense Counsel complained that the prosecution failed to serve him with copies of full statement of the proposed witnesses. In a brief ruling, Justice Mohammed Umaru held that he would hear the objection first before taking further steps in the case. The Federal High Court in Abuja has fixed September 29 for hearing of a motion by the Osun State government challenging the jurisdiction of the court to hear a suit against withheld local government funds. At the resumed hearing, the state government insisted that since the vacation of the court came to an end on September 16, the case should be transferred back to Osogbo for appropriate hearing and determination of the suit. Its motion challenging the jurisdiction of the Abuja division of the court was predicated on two grounds, including that the authorization granted the Attorney General of the Federation for the matter to be heard during vacation in Abuja had been overtaken on the ground that the vacation has come to an end. The motion filed by the lead counsel to the state government, Musibao Adetumbi San, also challenged the validity of a purported letter from the office of the Chief Judge of the court mandating Justice Emeka Wita to substantively determine the suit in Abuja. The grounds of Adetumbu against the letter is that it was signed by a person who claimed to be a personal assistant to the personal assistant of the judge. Adetumbi contended that the personal assistant to the personal assistant of the chief judge is a busybody, and the person unknown to laws signed such a sensitive document. Insisting that the integrity of the letter is in doubt, the senior lawyer pleaded with Justice Wita to first determine the validity of the letter before proceeding to the substantive matter. A suit which was filed on behalf of Osun State by the Attorney General, Oluwole Jimi Bada, seeks to restrain the CBN and the AGF from opening and maintaining accounts for the local government chairman elected in October 2022 under the APC. A legal practitioner and chieftain of the African Democratic Congress ADC, Kenneth Okonkwo, says Rivers State Governor Simeon Efubara risks having his constitutionally guaranteed 4-year tenure cut short by 6 months if he leaves office on May 29, 2027. Okonkwo's remarks come in response to the 6-month emergency rule declared by President Bola Tinubu, during which Governor Fubara was temporarily removed from office and retired naval officer Ibok Eteibas was appointed as administrator to oversee the affairs of the state. According to Okonkwo, Governor Fubara has the legal right to seek redress in court to reclaim the 6-month loss during the emergency period, arguing that the time should be added to his tenure to ensure compliance with constitutional provisions. He insisted that Governor Fubara's tenure should legally end on November 29, 2027, in line with the Supreme Court interpretation that the governor's 4-year term is sacrosanct and must not be abridged. The coordinator of the Grassroots Development Initiative, Bright Amehule, has been criticized over his remark that all those who went to the airport to welcome Governor Simeon Efubara are cultists. The convener of Rivers Peace Initiative, Obinna Ebogidi, in reaction to the comment by Amehule, who is a loyalist to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, expressed regret that a simple symbolic expression of solidarity by citizens welcoming their governor will be cast in the light of division. Ebogidi said, "In every democracy, people reserve the right to celebrate their leaders, but to interpret such a gesture as an act of hostility is not only unfair, but also risk deepening the very faulty lines Rivers people are all working to close." He warned that at the delicate time in the state, the emphasis should not be on who stood at the airport or who was absent, but on how Rivers people as stakeholders can collectively consolidate peace and return the politics to the path of stability and service, insisting that what the people need at the moment is healing, not a contest of loyalty parade.
Moments in our state, the emphasis should not be on who stood at the airport or who was absent, but on how we as stakeholders can collectively consolidate peace and return our politics to the path of stability and service. Rivers State needs healing, not a contest of loyalty parades. Bridging divides cannot be achieved through finger pointing or mutual suspicion. Time for factional politics ought to have come. This is the time for all hands to be on deck to promote state stability. So what we need now is state-driven politics. His Excellency Governor Sim Fubara has consistently demonstrated goodwill.
You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back with more news, foreign and sports stories. Please do stay with us.
The Obagi Oilfield Host Communities Development Trust, in conjunction with our sponsors, Set Law, Total Energy EP Nigeria, NNPC, JV, warmly invite stakeholders and members of the public to the Grand Commissioning and Flag Off of Project. Project for commissioning, Ama Community Bottling Company, bottled water, a more than 2-story 18-classroom block building at Ogbogu Community, Ogbogu Ultra Modern Cottage Hospital, renovated and furnished Akabuka Primary School, South and North, Ogbogu Community Ultra Modern Civic Center, Erema Community Cooking Gas Plant, commissioning and inspection of Obobru Internal Road, project for flag off, foundation laying of Obagi Community Preform Factory, foundation laying of Obogu PVC Factory, foundation laying of Obite Community Furniture Company. Chairman of the occasion, Senator Benson Agadaga, Chairman Senate Committee on Host Communities. Mother of the Day, Her Excellency Professor Ngazima Odu, Deputy Governor of River State. Special guest of honor, Mr. Matthew Boyer, Managing Director, Chief Executive, Total Energies Upstream Companies in Nigeria. Right Honorable Dunamine Deko, Chairman House Committee on Host Communities, and Dr. Chuku Shedrack Ogbogu, Executive Chairman, Ogbegbenandoni Local Government Council. Guest of honor, Captain John Toniara, Executive Commissioner, Health, Safety, Environment and Community, NUPRC. Chief Host, High Chief DK Hobson DK, POT Chairman, Obagi HCDT. Date, Wednesday, 24th September 2025. Time at 10 a.m. Venue, Ogbogu Model Secondary School, Ogbogu Community. Signed, POT Chairman.
Thank you for staying with us. Now the rest of the news. The Rivers State Police Command has announced the arrest of 3 suspected kidnappers linked to the kidnapping of Humphrey Wabara along Igurutali Road. The command's public relations officer, Grace Iringa Koko, in a statement said operatives of the command attached to the anti-cultism unit in Emoha, while acting on credible information on 26 August, received a distress report suggesting the kidnap of Humphrey Wabara. CP Ringa Koko said in a coordinated operation on 19 September 2025, 3 suspects were arrested at different locations in Obiakpo and Ikwere local government areas of the state in connection with the kidnap of the victim. According to the statement, the suspect Hassan Mohammed from Borno State, Bello Abubakar from Sokoto State, and Yusuf Ahmed from Bauchi State had, during interrogation, confessed to their involvement in multiple kidnappings in the state. They confirmed their involvement in the kidnap of Onwoli Jude and Nwabweze Nchekube on September 24, 2025 at School Road, Igurutali, where they collected a ransom of 6,900,000 naira before killing Nwabweze Nchekube. They also confessed to the kidnap of Mercy Chinyere at the same location, where they collected a ransom of 3,500,000 naira before releasing her. The statement noted that while items including 1 G3 rifle with breech, 1 magazine, 1 mobile phone belonging to Humphrey Wabara, 3 shot daggers, 1 jackknife and 1 stainless shot knife were recovered. The suspect and exhibit are currently in police custody, and efforts are ongoing to apprehend other fleeing members of the syndicate and to recover additional operational weapons. The Commissioner of Police, Rivers State, CP Olugbenga Adepoju, commended the diligence, bravery and dedication of the operatives in making this arrest and recovering exhibits. He noted that the outcome of the operation underscored the command's unrelenting commitment to ensuring the safety and security of all citizens of the state, and urged residents to report any suspicious activities to the nearest police station or other security agencies. Troops of 6th Division Nigerian Army have deactivated 9 illegal refining sites and arrested 17 suspected oil thieves in the Niger Delta region. The troops, in collaboration with other security agencies, also recovered over 45,000 liters of stolen products during operations this month across the region. In its sustained effort against economic sabotage, the troops discovered a metal storage facility containing over 20,000 liters of automotive gas oil AGO, 3 pumping machines, 3 metering machines, and 25 liters of engine oil, amongst other items, around Ogu community in Warri local government area of Delta State. In Bayelsa State, around Biseni and Yanagua local government area, troops uncovered 2 illegal refining sites and 3 dugout pits containing over 7,000 liters of stolen products which were appropriately destroyed, including interception of a vehicle loaded with over 6,000 liters of AGO within Okodia in Yanagua local government area. Here in River State, during a routine patrol around Okaki community in Ahoda West local government area, troops intercepted an SUV conveying over 1,600 liters of stolen products and recovered a 250-meter hose, 3-inch metal pipes, and 6 sacks containing 300 liters of illegally refined AGO. A statement by the Acting Deputy Director, 6th Division Army Public Relations, Lieutenant Colonel Danjuma Jonah, revealed that the troops discovered 23 sacks filled with 690 liters of illegally refined AGO at Ogbogolo community in Ahoda West local government area. The people of Rumo-Elenwo in Rumo-Akunde community in Emoha local government area of River State have scheduled their New Yam Festival of Waezi Mini beginning with Tarry Night on September 24, 2025 at 6 p.m. A statement by the chief priest, Ezi Dike Ebube Dike, said, "The sacred night will be dedicated for traditional prayers to the Almighty God and the ancestors of their land, demanding for divine grace and upliftment in Emoha and Iworoha at large." The statement said the event marks the spiritual opening of the main New Yam Festival celebration, which commences properly on Thursday, 25th September 2025 at Rumo-Elenwo Town Hall at 10 a.m. prompt. The chief priest, Ezi Dike Ebube Dike, in the statement also said all traditional rites and honors shall be performed at the sacred Ubiriowa, Ezimini, adding that it will be a day of blessings, healing, and thanksgiving as the Spirit bestows abundance upon the people. On the foreign scene, U.S. pharmaceutical giant Pfizer has announced plans to acquire Metsera, a maker of drugs for obesity and heart disease, for $4.9 billion. With the purchase, Pfizer aims to expand its portfolio by entering the huge and growing market for medicines to treat obesity. In a statement, Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla said the proposed acquisition of Metsera aligns with the company's focus on directing investment to the most impactful opportunities and propels Pfizer into this key therapeutic area. To end the news as a summary of the major stories. We told you that President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his support for constitutional reform to guarantee fundamental rights. A federal high court in Abuja has deferred the hearing of federal government cybercrime charge against Natasha Akpotu-Uduaghan until October 20. We told you that the chieftain of the ADC, Kenneth Okonkwo, has urged Governor Siminalayi Fubara to seek redress in court to reclaim his 6-month loss during the emergency rule. On the foreign scene, we told you that Pfizer has announced plans to acquire obesity drug maker Metsera for $4.9 billion. Stella Sasongu Okori, editor of the news. For comment and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. Read our stories on todayfmlive.com. Good evening. I am Lucky Maxwell, thanking you for being a part of the broadcast.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, Male. How you dey now?
I dey, my pikin.
Male, wait. Shey make I call you back? You sure say your credit go reach this guy too?
Don't worry yourself. Now MTN Beta Gist I dey use.
Who no like better thing? Just go buy new MTN SIM so MTN go dash you 2,100 naira airtime sharply, and on top that one, every call where you make, whether na 3 minutes for this call or na 1 minute on top another call, e go dey join dey go, and once you gather reach 6 minutes, MTN go sama you 3 minutes extra. Make you for continue that better gist. Or ya dial *123*2*1# to join MTN Better Gist today. Terms and conditions dey sha o. Port Harcourt, Nigeria, get ready for 5 days of glory. Apostle King Belemsi is back again, all the way from Columbus, Ohio, for another powerful move of God. 5
5 days of glory. But Harcourt, light has come. Jesus is ready to save, heal, deliver, and break every chain. Come ready to receive your miracles. There shall be signs and wonders. 5 days of glory holds at Obiwale International Conference Center, Port Harcourt. Date Thursday 25th through Monday 29th September 2025. Time 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Follow us on all social media platforms at Queen Belemzi Ministries School of Power, on Facebook at Apostle Queen Belemzi, on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. Apostle gave free Bibles, gifts, and snacks at the last 2 revivals, and she'll be doing it again because it's also her birthday celebration. A red carpet event dressed like celebrities for Jesus. Free entry and free bus rides to and fro for attendees from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. at Oyemil, First Artillery, Air Force Bus Stop, Lagos Bus Stop, Ajib Junction, My One Bus Stop, Ikoku Junction, Rumukoro Roundabout, and UPTH Entrance Gate. Apostle is coming with Jesus to heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, raise the dead, cast out devils. Freely she has received, freely she will give. 5 days of glory. Arise and shine, for the glory of God has risen upon you. See you there.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Waiza wasisameno kala ingangu mo mwebani kesakane
leave me. You two, don't follow that kind of direction.
Not do what?
What? Don't do.
Don't do what?
Stop.
Stop what?
Stop. Leave me. Don't stop.
You need to explain what you mean. You know,
what
right?
they're actually saying is in the reverse. Do you understand? For those who understand, they will understand. And I know you too, you understand what I'm saying.
I don't understand what you mean.
You don't understand what I mean.
Explain in clear terms.
I don't understand what
in clear terms, what you mean.
Each
that
time they tell
say,
you, no, do, stop it. They are actually, what they are trying to, how do I put it, is reverse psychology. Is when they say go forward, they actually mean go backward. Yes. So each time, you're in that setting, and then you are, don't stop it. They actually tell you to proceed with the action.
So that no means yes, yes means no.
Yes.
Oh.
So don't be deceived, Don't they told you
be
to
sure
stop.
Be sure before you know. Before
what
you
was
do
the person looking for in
what
that
you're
setting?
Doing. Be sure that.
Oh, now you understand.
Be sure that
before
actually,
you don't understand.
Be sure that it's actually the opposite the person means. So before they charge you for what you don't know.
Charge what? Who is charging who?
Before accuse you of what you did not do.
You
be sure that yes means no and no means yes before you proceed. Though.
Wait now, Rona. You see,
not all the time that opposite words are the opposite.
Wait. Some.
Now you might say, oh, all women.
You guys are very funny. You guys are very funny.
All women's no means yes. If they say no,
not in all cases. I'm not saying in all cases.
Exactly.
But let me ask you a question.
Even in that case too, that you mean.
Now, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead now.
They brought fufu. I was speaking riddles.
Yeah.
And you have removed the waterproof.
Yeah.
Why did you remove the polythene?
I want to eat now.
You want to eat?
Yeah.
Then later you said you actually didn't have any intention of eating the fufu, that they should take it back. Take it back how?
What if my appetite changed while they brought the food? It does not happen.
You don't open her. You
can see the food opened and you just say, oh, my stomach is tight, or my stomach is paining me, I cannot eat this food again. They have to take it back.
The stomach didn't pain you when you were unraveling
it can happen.
The polythene.
It's not planned. Your stomach can start immediately you open it.
So you wait now. You were there.
I didn't wait for the thing to open the nylon.
They unveiled this one.
Before the stomach pain started.
Wait now. You were there in that setting. They unveiled this one. Unveiled this one. You did not say anything.
Your mood can change and you change your mind. Yeah.
Until they wanted to enter gear 1, then that's when you now say no.
And you take it as it is.
Your mood changed. They take time.
Maxwell is saying what's on his own mind.
They take time.
I'm saying what's on my own mind.
By the way, maybe my advice to my gender is, you people should sign agreement before any, so that will stand as a binding.
Agreement is not binding. It's not on paper.
No, yes.
So if you sign agreement on paper now.
Yes, once they sign it, use your cam scanner, scan it, keep it in your phone. So that tomorrow, if
all
the person
that
says
stress for what?
Yes, now. So that tomorrow, if the person says otherwise, you can present it in court.
Oh, say my lord.
No, there was a case now.
Really?
Who was even telling me? Barrister Victor was telling me. Someone sent money to someone and the person came all the way from another state.
Yeah.
Came, spent the night, woke up in the morning and went to the police station that they took advantage of her. But you came from another state. They didn't take advantage of you. You entered bus. How many hours before
journeyed
you got
all the way down?
Down. Then took a keke or whatever, got to the person's house, stayed all through the night. They didn't take advantage of you. I think he was able to get through. He was in court, saw the lawyer to the person, because the person didn't want his name dented.
Yeah.
He now said, no, this is not proper. They had to push the matter, and then they had already agreed that the man was going to settle with, I think, about 600,000 or 700,000, and he was willing to pay the money just for his name not to be dented. So you can imagine that. So if you don't have any intention of eating the fufu, stay in your palace, stay in your house. Do you understand? Please don't put guys into unnecessary whatever. If you don't have any intention, stay on your lane. Stay on your lane, please. Don't ride on anybody's whatever to want to make money. It doesn't make sense.
That's
Two
true,
adults
though.
should have consent before
Exactly.
before
Two adults.
anything. Not that after behaving like an adult, you now want to behave like a child. Please don't do that. Well, what's on your mind? Feel free to join the conversation. Before you now go and carry me and gossip, please. I didn't say yes mean no in all cases. So
No,
we're
exactly.
just joking.
Yeah, we're just playing.
Please,
Don't say what we not say. Don't say what we not hear. Don't have
Exactly.
itchy ears.
Don't have itchy ears. Exactly. 0810 9510 951. That's the number to call to tell us what's on your mind.
Exactly. Good evening.
Welcome.
Hello.
Good to have you.
Yeah, good evening, Maxi. How are you today?
Great.
And good evening, Rona there.
Yes, good evening.
Okay, what's in my mind, Maxi? Honestly, of the truth. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala really spoke a lot, and I took my time and relaxed to understand what she meant. NDDC, I'm directing this to NDDC, please. They should come to Umebele Kurengo to do our road 20 years, Maxi. NDDC should take this upon themselves this time. Let us even leave Governor Fubara out of this. It is part of the business of NDDC to come and do this road for us to link up to the express of Umebele Express. We are in the rural area here. They should please come and help us. It's NDDC I'm directing this to this evening. Thank you, Maxi.
Thank you, sir. All right, what's on your mind? It's a platform where you get to talk about things that are actually bothering you.
Exactly.
You have the opportunity of doing that.
You have the floor.
So call the number, send in your message to 0701 9339962. Yep, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, please.
Yes, what is on my mind is about all these network providers. See, this network provider, I'm a security to their site. They underpay us. I want them to improve the pay. So imagine people paying a family man only 17,000 naira per month. What do I take home? So I want them to increase that money before we shut down the site. My name is Sika. I'm calling from Yege.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening.
Yes, go ahead.
Rona, how are you?
Yes, I'm very well. Good evening.
Okay, so I want to thank you for the opportunity to say what's on my mind, but me, I want to speculate. I'll just say something to substantiate my speculation. I just feel from all this drama that stayed at the university, I just feel that, Fubara is a child of destiny, and there are people that have been around the FT minister over the years while he kept going, and God just drove Fubara from the behind and brought him to the front, make him the governor. So I feel that the House of Assembly and all those people, some of them need to now realize and understand that sometimes overtaking is allowed in life. Overtaking is allowed in life because, in my own view, I feel that the issue of FT minister and the governor is different from the one that the House of Assembly leadership is also having with him. So he's in the midst of a whole lot, but he's not talking. So the people need to now understand that, look, this thing is an issue of destiny. Just like Jonathan was the deputy governor of Bayelsa State. Destiny brought him by the hand of God, he became the governor. And while we were talking about that, he moved to the presidency and became the president eventually within a space of a few years. So these things happen in life. If one turns out to be one of such kind of child of destiny, people around you should just accept it. It's the hand of God. It's not the person's fault. So if it's okay, I'm not going to agree with the person. If we want to look at history, he has not been there, we've been there, we were here before him, we know this, who is this person around us? But it has happened, So all it needs to do is to submit to the person as the leader, as the governor, and then make sure things work fine and work with it like that. Otherwise, the people will suffer and the trouble will never end. That's my view about this whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, Maxwell.
Can you turn off your listening
what
device?
is on my mind is this Anya Waterside Road at Roma Hall. You see, this NDDC should remember Anya Waterside and put light, because in the night, that place is very, very dark. If you go to this Roma Hall, go to Oraka, they have put street light for them. For this Anya Waterside, the road is bad, there is no night, and it links to the river. So, atrocities will be committed there. But if you put light to the end of the road, the light will be bright and the crime will be reduced. So please, NDDC or Anya Waterside, Roma Hall, please come and do something. Follow on the line.
All right. It's called What's in Your Mind? What probably must have been bothering you for some time and you want to talk about it. Good evening. Go ahead.
And Ronald,
Yes,
good evening.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Instead of giving us light, when you say 3 days, they give us a 3 hours light. Then the next 4 or 5 days, we see light again. Instead of giving us light like that, they should leave. I'm calling from Amuma. The thing is too much. We have been thrown into darkness again in Amuma. Expert calling from Eberom. Thank you, man.
Thank you. Good evening. Yes, good evening. Go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Maxwell. Good evening.
Yes, please.
Yeah, what's on my mind is I want to ask a question. I thought I heard that River State has appointed Mr. Samuel Wandasike as the Riwama chairman.
Yes.
Yeah, so this East-West Road from Tank to OMA Junction, the depth on the center walkway is becoming something else. Maybe by next week you might see that the depth on the center walkway might have reached up to the Tank flyover. Who knows? Because they are not doing anything about it, and it's becoming alarming. That's it. I want to say. Thank you.
0701 933 9962 for text messages, WhatsApp messages, or a 1-minute voice note. Tell us what is on your mind. Sometimes, good evening. There's no good water to drink in our community. That's what's on your mind. Geo in Thai local government area. I beg, let government help give us good water system. I beg, like here Apollos from Thai.
That should be
eyewitness report. Exactly, I was about to say that.
Yeah, the eyewitness report.
Let's not be mixing eyewitness. I think some persons mix it up. Eyewitness report and what's on your mind. Anyway, tell us what you are thinking of. What is inside your mind that is bothering you? Could be a thought. It could be something you observed and you want to share it. You want to talk about it. That is what we're on now. Then when it's time for eyewitness reports, by 8, you can start sending in your reports. Like this one now is what your eyes saw, right? You have good water in your community. That's your eyewitness report. So just so that we are clear.
Security issues in your community. That's
eyewitness
report. Health issues, eyewitness reports.
Those are eyewitness reports.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mr. Maxwell.
Go ahead.
What's in my mind? This is the Palace Mokana Road. So bad. We are ready to.
That's eyewitness report, huh? Please. We just did a few different. We're able to just differentiate between the two. That's eyewitness report. One that you can call back around 8 p.m. Okay, call back around 8 p.m. Let's get to hear your eyewitness report.
Yeah.
But what's on your mind is an issue you've been pondering on.
Exactly. That you want to talk about. It's quite different from eyewitness report.
Okay, John says, Max, they said Fubara and Wike agreed for peace and Fubara was asked to dismantle his structure. It dissolved all the simplified groups. Yet, Wike's groups are still on, to the point that Bright Amula of GDI will have the guts to say that those that went to the airport to receive the governor are cultists. Where is the peace amongst these guys? See a great... Okay. John, we'll leave it at that. Thank you, John Peters. Thank you, sir. What's on your mind? The only thing bothering me right now is that Vice Admiral Ibas is going to enjoy his retirement because God gave him a second chance to wealth. I'm very happy for Mr. Ibok. Brightner from Woji. Is that what's bothering you? Good evening. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, please.
My name is Steve Mbo, coming from Port Harcourt.
Go ahead.
On my mind is the issue of Rivers State House of Assembly. They have been back and front, that they just resume, and they are not supposed to make any address or do what they are doing to write to the governor, budget, and the commissioners list, all those type of stuff. I want to look at it that, first of all, the sole administrator did a handover note to the governor, which I'm sure most of us are not previewed to read. We don't know the components of those handover notes. And as long as National Assembly has approved certain budget, should be a part of that handover note. So we're pleading that there should be peace. Everybody should come together. Because as I said, they have to do their work. They don't need to go and beg anybody or seek any permission before they do their own work. If they appeal to the governor as they are together now, and the governor is if you write to them officially, and he says yes, that is communication, and that is the interplay of the two arms of government. You can say, okay, I just come in, let me give me some time, I'm going to address that issue. But when people come and say no, they are not supposed to do that, I think it's not too good, because there should be no vacuum in this particular time we are now. We need everything to be on the table. Everything that makes this state to move forward, everybody should encourage it. Thank you very much.
Please stay in the, anyway, go ahead. Good evening.
Maxwell and Rona, good evening.
Good evening.
Go ahead.
Maxwell, what's been on my mind is, the situation, what had just happened in River State, taught me something, Maxwell. You see, this life we are in, you never lose hope until, how did they put them? It's not over until it is over. For as long as a man lives, there is hope if you just keep, holding on. Maxwell, do you know that somebody like Ebas that just left River State, do you know that last year, if anybody had told him that he was going to be governor of a state, it would have looked like a
not
dream.
Governor of a state, sole administrator.
Maxwell, whatever you call it, sole administrator.
We need to just call it the right name.
Hello, sir. I understand. Maybe I don't know the right. But he has governed River State for 6 months. That's what I'm talking about. Whether, no matter the nomenclature, whether it's sole administrator, but he had led River State. He had presided over the treasures of River State, every temple of River for 6 months. Is it not so? He has sat in the seat of Simfubara and elected governor for 6 months. That's why I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about. I was going through Airport Road. Was it sometime last week or last 2 weeks? And I saw this convoy, with this their bike that stays in the front first, that goes before a governor. And it was a bus, and something just struck my mind. I said, wow, you see this life, So that is what when people say a bus. I say, for me, a bus has no crime he has committed. Though. He was on his own. I don't think he lobbied for it, but just because, I don't know, whatever it is, smiled on him, his phone rang. I said, come over to Abuja. And so It has been. And the bus, I think now, what he has never made all through his life, all through his service years in the military, the bus has recovered and recovered, and I don't think if he manages well, he will never go broke. So what have I learned? You see, this life, there is opportunity for everybody as long as you keep holding on. Thank you, Maxwell. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, well, I'll not put mouth.
That's what's on his own mind. Wahala. 0810-951-0951. Call us in to tell us what is on your mind. If you want to send a text message or WhatsApp message, do that to the number 0701-9339-962. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Today's FM. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, go ahead. Hello, good evening. Hello. Yes, good evening, go ahead.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah. My name is Innocent. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, what's on my mind is our pensioners. Of all the noise that the former or the outgoing sole administrator made, I was thinking that he was sympathetic to the pensioners and our age retirees. But at the end of the day, I didn't see anything that he did. Our pensioners, they are still suffering. Most of them have not received anything. Almost 5 years, 6, 7 years ago that they retired, nothing. So now that our governor has come back, please, I appeal to our governor, let him bring a lump sum of money that will clear the backlog. River State is rich. I don't understand why our age pensioners will be suffering after sitting 35 years. Some of them are almost 70 years and they are suffering. They cannot even take care of their medication. So please, our governor, please try and do something. I know that you are staple governor. Try and do something. The sole administrator, after all the noises he made, he didn't do anything. And there was so much money, excess money flowing in the state. He was just turning up and down from here to here. Nothing. He didn't leave anything behind. No project that we remember him for. So, Governor, please do something about our pensioners. Thank you very much. I Innocent is my name.
Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, please, go ahead. Yes, please.
Good brother. What has just happened? Somebody that has.
Can you turn off your listening device, sir?
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
All right. Somebody that has will not accept to be named or administrator in the state, considering the platform that the voting went through, unconstitutional. You see, let me tell you one thing. One good turn without another. But the problem in this is this. We are planting a tree that we will be able to cut down in the future, which has been done. In all the rest states, in the federation, there is no place, something that has gone something in the state will happen. No. I'm telling you, Congo. But it's just only in this state where we are somewhat to each other, where we cannot sit down and discuss. In fact, it's a matter. But then, let us be on the watch out and see if this type of thing will happen here in the state. After all, it has been happening all over the state. But some of this is but then, let us watch out. The tree has been planted that we have been able to get the future. Nigeria in general, and in the state. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Go ahead.
Good evening, Lucky Master.
Wellington.
What's on my mind, right?
Yes, sir.
Please, I want to use this opportunity to beg my governor Please look at River State Transport Company. A friend of mine wanted to come to Port Harcourt and he was looking for a better transport. Please, we know that the company is up, but we need more vehicles. That company needs more vehicles, need attention, funding, please. That is like the gateway. Look at what Edo State is doing. And our former governor went there and commissioned their transport. This River State Transport Company is the biggest in South when I know it. It's the biggest. Anywhere you want to go, the first thing you have to go to RUTC. When you want to go to any state in Nigeria, the first thing say, please ship these goods through RUTC. Please, the governor should, as a matter of urgency, place his strength. That is like a biggest tourist employment is the gateway of River State. If you hear RUTC immediately, you know that you're in River State. Please, Your Excellency, as a matter of urgency, please attend to RUTC. And then finally, please, when you want to do anything in your budget, please put education as the first. Education number one. In fact, education is one of the keys to stop insecurity, especially in our rural areas. Most of the people see community crime. Some of them cannot even articulate a common broken, neither to write. Some of them drop from primary schools. That is why the cultism and crime is increasing in the rural areas. Please, Your Excellency, Amopu Senebo, please, education, primary to secondary, please do that for us. They say, show me an educated nation, I will show you a prosperous people. Thank you and God bless you, Master. Wellington from Okrika.
Thank you. Good evening. Go ahead.
Good evening, Master.
Yes, please.
What is in my mind is the proof of the bag that the House of Assembly was talking. Now, is it not the sheer formula they agree on? So why are they crying? River State were in here. More to come that we hear. This is their formula. You take the structure while we share the money. They are giving him the structure. They are giving them the structure. You know the local government they want the board when they are busy collecting the money. So why are they crying foul now? They forget what they agree. We will declare some matters. Is it not the same voice that said if we wanted to extend the settlement, we will know one or two things to do? So are they not the people who want the state of emergency? Are they not the people who were happy? They were we are taking the state of emergency. People who have been telling Cobra to do this, do that. Now where is they now? I saw it's not begging now. These are so we are the ones saying all those things. So why did they want to prove again? What they want, what they negotiate for, I want structure, River State structure, and they say, okay, is this structure you want? Tinubu say, okay, no problem with Fabio, I will give you, and they give Wike, they give Martin, they give them the structure, and while they are busy collecting the money, they are not in that the next 20 years. With the whole structure they have, they cannot make that kind of money. Now they want to prove. Don't worry. We should not be in the hate. We will hear more concerning Wiki and Tinubu. Thank you.
Oh, we are still talking about human beings. So, Love Day from Eneka says, what's on my mind is now that our governor is back, how will he work with those people that called him Mumu? I've been thinking how my governor will cope with this type of environment. Good evening.
Hello, Maxwell. Good evening. Good evening.
Yes,
Good evening, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Ochoma, calling from Rumolumini.
Ochoma.
My own brother.
I greet you, sir. Make us, sir.
Good evening, dear. I expected to hear from you that day. In fact, I want to invite you and your sister to come and observe the good mental for us.
Okay, sir.
Possible since the authority cannot hear from us. When you talk, they will hear. So, Igusment Road is very bad. Igusment Road is very bad. If they cannot do it, let them install to the companies. We have a lot. We have many of them. A lot of companies in this. Come on, a minute. Especially this Igusment Road.
We have so many companies. Even this LUCC, are also there, constructing Transcarbary Road. So they can help us with some materials to make the place more travel for us. Please, my brother, we need your help. On behalf of the community, I'm begging people.
All right. Thank you, sir.
The authority will not hear from us.
Okay,
they will hear from you people. God bless you for your good work.
Thank you.
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you. So, Rona, did you hear? It's me and you, brother and sister.
Yes, so you're my brother.
They will lodge us.
You're my brother. I say you should come with your sister to come and check.
Now we will come now. They will lodge us now.
0810.
I've not finished.
9510.
They will lodge us in a very.
951.
They will lodge us in a very good hotel.
What is on your mind?
We will stay there
because this is your own conversation now. Okay, I think we have a call now.
In the morning, we will go and check the road. Then when we are tired, we'll come and relax. They will bring food for us. And they are not going to lodge separate rooms.
Why would they not lodge separate rooms?
To save cost. Why would they lodge?
You will stay with the family. I would be in the lodge.
Max and Runa, what's on my mind since morning is from Bright and Mavelis commenter, nobody and body language. I can sense a deep feeling of resentment towards Governor Fura. These weakest men don't see anything good in Fura. They see him as an outsider who shouldn't have been the governor. They all feel he should have been one of them, but unfortunately for them, Governor Fura will be the governor for at least 4 years. The earlier they come to terms with it, the better for them. If not, they will all dash. Okay, Uche Wachuku, I'll leave it there. Max, 5 days for him to go. Iba said he wanted to renovate the state secretariat, and the civil servants jubilated and awarded him the civil servant most friendly administrator 5 days after he left. Has he worked the secretariat? This docility should stop, please. John Peters, thank you, sir. That's much we can take. We have to go for this short break, and we'll come back for our normal discussion. Stay with us.
Today's news in 60.
The federal government has suspended the newly introduced free on board FOB levy collected by the Nigeria Customs Service (NCS) on imported goods with immediate effect. The president of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, has accused the Nigerian Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers of collecting as much as 50,000 naira on every truck that loads fuel at the refinery, warning that such charges will push up fuel pump prices and burden consumers. Chief Executive Officer, CEO of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, Benga Komolafe, says Nigerians' reform agenda has attracted 28 field development plans worth $18.2 billion in investment commitments. The Central Bank of Nigeria has directed all domestic systemically important banks to strengthen succession planning by announcing the appointment of new managing directors at least customs 3 months before the exit of incumbents. And on the foreign scene, authorities in Turkey said it had terminated retaliatory tariffs imposed in 2018 on U.S. imports ranging from passenger cars to fruits in a sign of warming bilateral ties as President Tayyip Erdogan travels to the United States ahead of a meeting at the White House on Thursday with U.S. President Donald Trump.
Today's news in 60. In 60.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary. Because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
to
Area Talk
on Today 95.1 FM, and this is where we discuss issues that affect us as a people. Life is all about for purpose. Life is all about fulfilling purpose. When they say, oh, the destiny of a nation, the destiny of a person, you must work it out. You must progressively use what God has blessed you with in conjunction with the knowledge that you have to produce something. That's the only way you can be reckoned in the Committee of Nations. No nation can be recognized just by merely having resources. You must convert that resources into something else before you can be recognized. So, no work, no prosperity. No work, no prosperity. It is not something you pray. It is not something you wish. You must work it out. If you want to be among the Committee of Nations, if you want to change, elevate yourself from a third world country or a third world state to a first world state or country, you must be deliberate. You must be sincere. That's where it starts from. Sincerity is very, very important. You must work it out. You must be deliberate. You must be focused. Any lapse anywhere will definitely decelerate the process of development. Even football teams, if they want to win a particular tournament, they must work it out. There's no all this one that we are praying. Hey, they should deduct points from this, from South Africa, deduct from here. We should, if we are. Nigeria is a very funny country. We will not win our matches. Then when it is, at the 11th hour, we'll now be praying, FIFA should deduct point from here, punish these people, then elevate us. How can you be praying that kind of prayer? Are you the only one created by God? You must work it out. If you want to go to the World Cup, you work it out from the onset. You must have a definite plan. Then the plan will transcend into the levels of implementation. And the implementation must be what? Must be steady. Even when the other person comes in, the other person takes over from there. There's a master plan on ground already. The person, follows the plan. Maybe in the middle, you can do some reviews, and the reviews must be upward. The reviews must be related to the trends. Maybe if the plan was put together 10 years ago, things have changed, right? So across the line, you review to impute new trends, isn't it?
Of course.
Good. Before giving keke to people, that was the in thing. Now it's not working again.
It's way more than that.
Everywhere. You have, and right now we're trying to move from combustible to non-combustible green energy. So if you're still buying, if government is still buying combustible to give to people, then we are not moving forward.
Will not really be
we are not moving forward. We are just doing the same thing over and over and over again. You must improve on electricity. Then you buy non-combustible rechargeables. If you want to empower people, you give them rechargeables so that all this carbon monoxide flying here and there will reduce. Air pollution will reduce. That's the point where the world is moving to. Solar is being exhausted in other countries that are even without the kind of sun God has blessed us with. So you must put in work. When at the beginning of every year you see every state government and federal government, they come up and in their speech you hear, oh, this is budget of prosperity, budget of this. If you don't do anything, there's no prosperity.
If there's no plan and you're just making budgets, it's just words now.
Nothing.
Words without actions. There has to be plans to back them up.
Let me ask you, if you don't farm during farming season, you don't plant anything, and then during harvest season you now go to that same farm and say, I command this land to bring forth yam and cocoyam, will anything happen? Nothing will happen. You plant nothing, you get nothing.
Or let's say you even plant and you don't fertilize the soil, you don't water it, you don't make ridges, you don't do things that will make your crops grow. and then you just plant and abandon it there, expecting that when it's harvest season you'd come and reap bountiful harvest. How is it going to happen without action?
Let me take you to Singapore. Right? Let me take you to Singapore. They were a third world country. But what happened? They were left on their own. When they gained independence in 1965, they were left on their own. Go and die. If you want to die, die. If you want to survive, survive. It's just like a man being left in the middle of the sea. You either swim or you get swallowed up by the sea. So at least you try your best. God willing, you might survive while trying. If you have a vest on, you might survive. If you see anything around, a stick or something to hang on, you might survive. Just like in the Titanic, the guy decided to go down deep, Leonardo DiCaprio, and decided to leave the woman on the plank for her to survive. So Singapore was left alone, but they decided that they were going to survive. With what? Visionary leadership, strategic planning. They gained independence in 1965. Of course, you know they are almost mates with Nigeria. Now, they leveraged their strategic location as a global trade hub, transforming from a resource-poor nation into an advanced, knowledge-intensive economy. They looked at what they had in the Holy Books. For those who believe in the Holy Books, one was given 5 talents, the other 2, the other 1. So you look at it. What is it that I have? What is my comparative advantage? Let me leverage on that. I build on it, improve, build on it, improve, build on it. Yes, you have yours, but I have my own. That's why nobody is born without a talent. And please, don't allow yourself to be cowed to believe that your own is counterfeit. It's a lie. Your own is original. Be original the way you are. Just like the way I am. This is me. You can't get 2 of me. We can't get 2 of you. So build on your own strength. What is it that is your, comparative advantage? Build on it. In this case, it is Rivers State. We have heard, oil-rich state, oil-rich state, oil-rich state. Why are we not progressing? Why are we not progressing? It's not enough to talk tough, to our leaders going on air to talk, to discuss and speak big English. Because when you're done traveling and gallivanting, you will come back to your nest. If you destroy your own family, that's why if a woman is going to another man's family to go and talk about his own family, down talk your husband elsewhere, when you destroy, you'll be shocked. When you are done destroying your own family and then your marriage don't scatter, and then you go to the other people and say, I beg, can I pass the night here? They will chase you away because they don't want you to bring that your bad character to come and also destroy. In fact, the woman will chase you and say, you want to come and steal my husband? Please go. That's why you need to build your own home. The emergency rule has been lifted. For some people, they believe that economically speaking, Rivers State has lost a lot. Some believe that Rivers State hasn't lost anything. But let's take a look at, we might not be able to look at statistics because when it comes to data, we need to do better, right? We need to have a proper constituted government in place. Government with people who have the right thinking, the right mindset. Because all this charade going on now is not governance. we are still behaving like people in the Stone Age. That's the truth, though. If you compare us and what's happening, just let me not go to Europe, what's happening in some other African countries like Rwanda and co., you just know that we are jokers, we are joking. We might be pretending that we're making progress, but I ask a question. How do you measure progress? You measure progress by the living standard of your people. You measure progress by the facilities that your people are enjoying. That's how you measure progress. It is the people who make the nation. So if the people are hungry, they don't have access to basic facility, then the nation, the state is not growing. There are no two ways about it. How many people listening to me now have 1 million naira in their account breathing? I'm not talking about 1 million naira that is your business money. No, that's not what I'm talking about. 1 million naira that you can call your own, breathing in a bank account. How many of you listening to me, including those that you know, you have 1 cool million? You have other accounts where you withdraw to take care of bills, and you also have your, if you're a businessman, you have your business account. This one now, you just kept that 1 million untouchable. It's your own. No, nothing like I want to withdraw and I want to buy goods. No. How many of you?
1 million is even big. How many persons can boast right now 500,000 naira? If they say, oh, something's happening, you need to bring out 500,000 naira. How many persons?
Was it the former CBN governor who said it? I'll get that statistics.
How many persons can even save in this current state that we're in? Like, say you have savings somewhere stacked up, like you have enough to meet your needs and still keep somewhere to save.
And
how many
persons?
persons?
I put a peg now. Okay, you brought it down to 500,000. Okay, 500,000. So that I can be your friend. How many? If you look at the population. So how do you say you are progressing? Now, we saw when the governor came in, promotions that were stalled, which were unconstitutional. Promotion is a normal thing for those within the civil service, and they said civil service is the engine room of every government. When you have a proper civil service constituted, and the civil service is everywhere, it's not only in Nigeria, you have civil servants all over the globe, all over, including Trump's country. Civil servants are everywhere because they are the ones who run government. When they say, they have earmarked $2 billion for so aid, it is civil servants who run it. Yes, you have NGOs also, but it's the machinery of government that ensures that power, electricity gets to the people. Water gets to the people. Public utilities, it is civil servants that run it. And the man was trying to, do promotions and all that. Then the emergency rule came. 6 months is gone. Economically speaking, if you believe that Rivers State has lost a lot, economically speaking, to what extent? In terms of percentage, do you think Rivers State has lost, economically speaking? In terms of, you might not give specific figures in terms of Naira and Kobo, but let me just give you a background of how government works. So a man comes in who is a governor or a president. He has the cabinet. Then you have the legislatures, you have the judiciary. They are to ensure that everybody's brain is correct. It is the judiciary that corrects everybody's brain. The big man, the middle man, the small man. It's unfortunate what's happening in our own system. But in an ideal system, the judiciary corrects everybody, puts you in place, cuts you to size. It is easier for the poor man to be cut to size, but very difficult in our climb to cut the big man to size, because it looks as though, in quote, they have access to those who man these institutions. So the governor or the president has a vision, 3-point vision, 3-point whatever they call it, agenda or whatever, but you must ensure that every sector is working. Most especially, you look at the stomach. People are hungry, so you look for a way to address that issue. What are your policies and programs to address that? Basic is to create jobs. how do you create jobs? Government don't create jobs by employing just teachers or by employing just civil servants. I mean, how many people can you employ, as civil servants, as teachers? Yes, you must employ teachers, medical professionals working under the government, but how many of them can you employ? The only way a government can create job is by ensuring that the private sector come in. What the private sector wants is land, electricity, tax rebate, and coal. The business people know what I'm talking about. So the governor must ensure that he has an economic team. He is not an economist, so he must bring in people from the private and public sector that will come together and say, okay, this is what we need to do. An industrial hub, you put it in order. There are people who have money. Yes, there are people who have money, they are buried it. You give them opportunity to go and unravel those money and invest it in producing Dunlop slippers, tomato, produce this, produce that. Give them everything they need. They employ the people. You create massive jobs, right? You open up other areas, the tourism sector. You have people in charge of that. What do we do? What do you need to ensure that this thing is done, and then you create jobs directly, indirectly? They will tell you. You give them. Government has everything. After God, the next God we are looking at is government. So when government give excuses, it's just laziness and mental laziness and laxity on the part of those who probably must have been privileged to be there. There's nothing government cannot do. The only thing they cannot do is to raise the dead. But if someone is about to die, they can save the person. For instance, someone who is sick as a result of poverty can't afford to do surgery or one thing, and somebody says, or government says, go and take treatment. Have they not given life to that person who was about to die? Except when the person has died, then the celestial being is the only one that can bring up that person. So government creates jobs. They look at education. What is the future? Education. What do we need to do? You bring in the stakeholders. They discuss. We need trainers. You implement, train the trainers. You should have a holistic policy on education. You implement it. You give a timeline. In 3 months' time, we should be able to achieve this. That's how government works. So, in 6 months' time, we should have been able to achieve this. Let people. It's not to come on air and talk. People are feeling it. People are seeing it. They are experiencing it. Do you understand? You look at the health sector. What is going on? The stakeholders will give you the statistics. Doctors, nurses, this, that, they are going out of the country. What do we do to keep these guys here so they can take care of our people? Give them what they want reasonably well. So that when you look at the pay and everything, you say, why am I going to become a second citizen out there? Let me stay and serve my people. You put the facilities in place. I've talked about education, health, job creation. You look at other sectors. Small businesses, remove agboro first on the road. Let every agboro go to Sandfield and go and work and make money. Clear the road. Fix all the... So these things can all work simultaneously. When people say, don't worry, second term, you take care of education in first term, the whole 4 years. No, now, you don't need to be going around to do it. You just need people on ground, reliable people. And most times, government can work effectively when they bring in the private sector. You know why? The private sector is result driven. Private sector people are business people. So when you give them things to do and you give them timeline, they will deliver, make their profit and go, or stay in the system, right? So you can touch all these sectors simultaneously. In 2 years' time, we should have been able to see reasonable achievement, reasonable growth, reasonable development. Now, if anything happens, that's why some of the movies you watch, if anything happens to the American president, immediately they swear in the vice president. You know why? There mustn't be any form of lacuna, because they know that whatever happens to point 1, point 2, or point 3 will adversely affect the entire nation. The destiny of the entire nation is hinged on the decisions of Mr. President. When our own Mr. President said subsidy is gone, were you not affected? It affected every nooks and crannies of the country. So every pronouncement, every policy of Mr. President, Mr. Governor, positive or negative, would definitely affect everyone around the country. I heard a clergy, there's a particular program they do every year, and he said the one they did last year, December, they spent 8 times of what they usually spend before. That's before President Tinubu came on board. He said they spent 8 times. So even the elite cry kwa. So that's to tell you that the pronouncement of every president. So you watch those movies, the moment Mr. President has any issue, incapacitated or whatever, they swear in the vice to take over the reins of governance, because the nation must not go backward because of one person. These are the people who practice real democracy. Because the moment anything happens and you don't do the needful, the people will rise. You saw when Trump went to the UK and some of the citizens protested and said, go back to the US, you are spending our money. They take ownership of democracy over there. So every policy and program of government, every pronouncement of Mr. President or Mr. Governor, if Mr. Governor is sleeping, if Mr. President is sleeping and not doing anything about something in a particular area, that place will suffer. Now, one of the principles of life is this: anything you see that is working, somebody is making it happen. And when you see anything that is not working, it means somebody has abdicated his responsibility. For instance, if my job is to ensure that I put on the light once light comes, or I pump water once there's light, or I pump water to, in fact, if my job is to ensure that there's water always, so I don't need anybody to remind me. We have generator, we have NEPA light, we also have solar. My job is to ensure that there's always water. The day there's no water, it means it's either I've abdicated my responsibility or I have decided to be docile. Because if you have 4 tanks and you have numerous tenants in that environment, if you pumped water in the morning, wisdom demands that around 10, 11 a.m. you top up, because between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. in the morning, people must have used a lot of water. Some will go to work, some will go to school. So it is simple wisdom to top up by what? 10 a.m., right? Roll down till about 4 p.m., 5 p.m. You top up again. And then you top up maybe around 9, 10 p.m. before you go to bed, right? So that there, will always be water in the tank. But the moment you pumped and then you left it 6 a.m., 12 noon till 6 p.m. till the next day, you did not top up, before you know, water go finish. And everybody will put it on their tap. There's no water. Someone has abdicated his responsibility. We'll go for this short break. We'll be right back. Economically speaking, has Rivers State lost anything within this 6 months? Or you think they have not lost, Rivers State has not lost anything economically? We'll talk about that after this short commercial break.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.
Hello, Male. How you dey now?
I dey, my pikin.
Male, wait. Shey make I call you back? You sure say your credit go reach this guy talk?
Don't worry yourself. Now MTN better gist I dey use.
Who no like better thing? Just go buy new MTN SIM, so MTN go dash you 2,100 naira airtime sharply, and on top that one, every call where you make, whether na 3 minutes for this call or na 1 minute on top another call, it go dey join dey go. And once you gather reach 6 minutes, MTN go sama you 3 minutes extra. Make you for continue that better gist. Or ya dial *123*2*1# to join MTN better gist today. Terms and conditions dey sha o.
Turn the dial and turn up the thrill. We are not in the same league. We are rewriting the rules. Here on Today 95.1 FM.
All right, welcome back.
Welcome back.
We're looking at the 6 month of the emergency rule
issue.
Has Rivers State lost anything? But let me just, in summary, before we take the calls, just to bring you back to what Singapore did. Look at what they did. That's to tell you that anytime you hear speeches laced with prosperity and we are going to do double figures, our foreign whatever will increase, if there's no work, all those things are bobo juice. Look at what they did. The Singapore you know today, look at the strategies they use. Export-led industrialization. They had to go into labor-intensive manufacturing. There was no... and for them to manufacture, they worked on electricity. There are no two ways about it. You must have electricity for you to manufacture. High-tech industries. Then strong government investment in education. The government invested heavily in education, and they were not looking at anybody's face. Nobody was there to come and steal this or steal that. They invested in infrastructure. Infrastructure is broad. You talk about roads, you talk about electricity is also part of infrastructure. You talk about strong networks. These are all part of infrastructure. Look at today, you want to do a simple transaction and you're having hitches here and there. Railway is also part of it. Smooth boat ride. Security is also part of the infrastructure. And policies to attract foreign investment and foster a business-friendly environment. So there was visionary leadership and they had long-term planning. Short-term planning, long-term planning. They looked at their strategic location and then they took advantage of their comparative advantage, whatever they had. We have ours here. When it comes to tourism, the kind of money that can come out of tourism in this state, all these go to Abuja, go and collect oil money. They won't bother. But have they invested so much in it? They had foreign investment, human capital development, and we have the population, right? Infrastructure development, then government intervention and free market integration. They also brought in that policy. And then, very important, political stability and anti-corruption measures. Because when you're putting this money into places and one, you don't have political stability, there will be no development. And then you didn't put in measure to ensure that you check that every 1 naira, 2 naira you are plunging into education, health is utilized. There will be issues. Having said that, I've given you a clue of how government works for you to have the needed prosperity. But for the case of River State, now the end of the emergency rule.
Yeah.
Has River State economically,
do you agree with the narrative that economically River State has lost a
or
lot?
You think everything is normal and sweet?
So if you agree with the narrative that River State has lost a lot economically, how do you think the states can bounce back to gain these things in the coming months? If you also think that River State has not lost anything, everything is good, we're okay, then you should also state why you think so or why you agree with that narrative, right?
Now, if you also believe that River State has lost, to what measure?
Yeah, that's what it's
from your own perspective. You might not be able to put Naira and Kobo because we don't have good figures on ground to say, oh, this is how much that came in. This is how much was invested in this. We're supposed to have dividends of this and this. Do you understand what I'm saying? We don't have that kind of system. Government is run somehow in Nigeria. Very funny as it is. You understand? Just like they said, is it 330 billion have been released to the poor and vulnerable, and that's part of the money they borrowed. You now ask, who are the poor and vulnerable? Who and who has received the money? The day we treated that issue here, I asked, please call in and say, oh, federal government has been paying me 20,000 monthly. Then we do the math. But I mean, how did you get the statistics? Where is the data? Where's the social register? We're supposed to see it now. Is government now is, a family affair? Government, we are the government. We are supposed to know what's going on, right? Has real estate lost anything all through the 6 months? How much came in? Someone was quoting about, although I'll go to the site and then check. You talk about FAC allocation, IGR is also there. You also talk about 13% derivation, huge money coming in. Juxtapose it with what's on ground. Have we lost? Have we not lost anything? Yes, good evening. Turn off your listening device, sir. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Joseph, I am calling you from Elena.
Go ahead.
River State has lost immensely. I would say this on the fact that even an hour lost will take months to recover. In the past 6 months, a lot of people that were expecting a project initiated by the administration of Similaye Ubara to be completed are so disappointed because those projects are left abandoned. And when it comes to infrastructural development, you can hardly or rarely find none. The only development we can point directly to now at the moment is human infrastructural development, and it is to a lower decimal. That is a few privileged individuals who are closely to a particular individual, and those people are not in any way adding any advantage to the state. So I would rather use this medium to ask that if this state must go forward, the people must come together. The Bible said a family that is divided cannot stand. For this state to experience developmental growth, they must work in synergy. They must have one mind. That's why the Bible said if the people imagine anything that they can achieve it is in the Bible. They build a tent. That tent almost reached God because they were in oneness of heart. If those people that have the might who work in synergy, this state will be the best in the country.
Thank you so much. Good evening.
Lucky Maswell, good evening to you.
Toronto.
Yes, when you throw the challenge of 1 million, reduce it to 500,000. I was even thinking that you reduce it to 20,000 naira. And I will tell you that I don't have. Lucky Maswell, the former governor, the FCT minister, told the world, I don't know whether you are aware, it's in the public domain that he knows the Rivers youth were hungry. He said it now. He told us openly. He knows that we are hungry. And that is the truth. That is the fact. Now you ask a question whether Rivers State have lost. Within 4 days of the state of emergency, I said, it's on record, both in your sister station, that nothing is working. Everything is down. And that is the truth, and it's a fact. Now look at the sole administrator who was there. He was just dancing around within civil servants. Training, retraining, promotion, this, that, salary, this, that, permanent secretary, no permanent secretary. He was just dancing within that sector. Lying to himself, discussing about some guy farm, discussing about the River State Broadcasting Company, different sector that he has no business, no bearing, he didn't do anything. Like, I'm not an expert to quantify how much we have lost. Like the figures that is flying around, 290-something billion, 300-something billion. River State started losing out today. Losing out. Because a government, somebody is in the health affair, the state, at the end of the day, to call that the actions, we lose it. Growth. There was a press school we had. The actors will sit on the bench, desk. Today, look at our primary schools. Nothing. Like you're talking about infrastructure.
We've been shouting since. The international airport hotel is moribund there. Let the governor, for him to move this state out of the woods, apart from the Oga, he should stop telling me, my Oga, don't talk. Me, I will talk. I will continue to talk because River State does not belong to him and his Oga. Let him live and write his name in gold by doing those things that will better the life of River State people, apart from employing school teachers and stop our children from sitting on the floors. Those government properties that were built by his predecessor that's not making any economic value to the state, he should sell them off, including mother and child, cardiovascular hospital, totally, and even the Gary processors and other such facilities that River State billions have been wasted. Let him hit the ground running. We have lost. There's no way we can recover it. Our money has been shared, and that is the truth.
Thank you.
So sad. Thank you.
Good evening. Go ahead. Yes, please. Wellington.
We not only lost, we lost both humans, not even cash, we lost both humans. Another infrastructure. Somebody will call and tell me that line. And there are people in the course of this state of emergency lost their lives. The insecurity, some streets were shut down, shot in a town hall. We are now sitting here because the governor was not around. If the presence of the governor to be able to quench that insecurity in that area. Because you don't know the presence of a father. Not a young man. The presence of a father has nothing to do. So we need to tell ourselves the truth that we lost everything. In fact, River State, I told my brother in the morning when they were talking about, I said River State is minus 100. I don't know who can recover. I said the government wants to move like the speed of light. Yeah, one of the callers, the manager, the farmer, has also said that we don't have schools here, we don't have anything. So, I'm talking about we need to project River State with the needed effect. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Please keep the calls coming in. To what extent, if you believe River State has lost anything, economically speaking?
Yes.
To what extent have they lost? You might not give figures, but at least you can give a certain measure as to what we've lost. Yes, good evening.
Hello, Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, please.
My name is Inimba Tekena Endwell.
Welcome, sir.
Okay. Concerning your program, concerning what you just said, let's look at the economic point of view concerning our state. River State has lost a lot economically. Our economy has been stagnant for 6 months. Yesterday, the governor of Ogun State, Abiodun, declared 16 trillion naira economy. That's the GDP of Ogun State. Now, put on a comparison with River State. Before SIM left, before the state of emergency, we had a GDP of over 7 to 9 trillion. Now, right now, we don't know the figure we have. River State has lost a lot. In terms of economic growth, I don't think we have over 2% for the past 6 months. We have lost jobs, infrastructural development. If we even environmentally look at the state has not grown, things are falling apart. A lot of the funds of River State has been siphoned by one man. What are we talking about? Our state is stagnant. And I think the governor should start on a good note and leave politics aside. We need to fix this economy. The next 2 years he needs to fix this economy because we need jobs to be created in River State. We need our economy to grow. We cannot have River State doing about 7 trillion while Ogun State is about 16 trillion. Ogun State economy is far ahead of us. If you cast your mind back about 10 years ago, our economy was ahead. 10 to 15 years ago, our economy was ahead of Lagos. You see that we are drifting down economically. Everything in River State is all about politics. An average politician cannot discuss economic conversation with you. It's all about politics. How do you want the economy to grow? How do you want the economy to grow? So for me, I feel the governor should leave everything aside, leave politics aside. You have a mandate to govern Rivers State. You have a mandate to economically grow Rivers State because we are lacking behind. I don't know whether maybe now you can compare us with a state like Borno because nothing is happening in Rivers State. Economically, the state is stagnant.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Go ahead.
Hello, Lucky Maxwell.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Reginald.
Go ahead, Reginald.
Yeah, you asked a question. If River State has lost, definitely River State has lost a lot, man. I think I was hearing Martin Samehule and his group calling on a bus to come and account for something 250 billion naira. 250 billion. So, what the state has left with that this months. I'm talking of analysis. Look at the condition of our house. Look at the condition of our schools. Even when Wike took over from Amechi and abandoned some of the infrastructures that Amechi put in place, River State was also crying, calling on him to consolidate on what the former administration has done. He abandoned it. Then St. Pobra come and trying to see whether he can be able to consolidate with some of what Amechi has done and the one Wike has done. And we see that it was working. Somehow it was working. All of a sudden, that dream was cut off with 6 months emergency rule. Where are we going, Mr. Pastor? Look at our health system. Look at our schools, primary schools. Every area, every aspect of the state has got no job, nothing, not smooth. And Mr. Pastor, the that saying for use it and
right. Reginald, thank you very much for your time. Let's move forward. Your line is already breaking. Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Maxwell. Good evening.
Welcome, sir. Go ahead.
It's a River State. We have lose a lot in these 6 months. River State would have developed more than this, if not of this state of emergency. Because this administration of a bus, the man could not do anything. Everything is so stranded. Everything remains stranded. So now fighting against a bus to demand anything from him, I think it's a National Assembly we should tackle with, because them send him message. They give reports to National Assembly. So I don't think we can even recover anything. Let's not just waste anything, say we are fighting a bus. He has already handed over to our governor. So let our governor use his wisdom to amend the situation. So
thank
right
you very
now,
much.
even
Good evening. Go ahead.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, Congo.
That's Congo. You see, if one is by the time have not tested power, if you look to him as if power is something you grasp and do it anyhow. Is it the spectator do not know the extent the wrestler goes in to make sure that he succeeds? But it is only the wrestler that knows the tactics. You see, what I'm trying to say is this. The tactical law that is being deployed to River State is just like a mundo that will not be hidden. But I'm only happy that the people that did it will be the people to complain. The ordinary man has nothing to do. We have been managing, we have been fighting ahead at our level.
Thank you, Congo.
If you have been depending on the government, and maybe one day government will happen to remove your hand from the area you make up your life with it, then you will see that you will start from the beginning and know that. Then let me just tell you one thing. You have to bear in mind this.
the loss in this state, we are going to experience it in time coming.
Thank you. So in other words, the state has lost. Okay. Let's take some messages.
Yes, this one says, for me, River State has lost so much economically on the measure of 100 over 100. In fact, this loss will continue because the structure of the FCT minister has been solidly put in place, which means that more funds will be sucked from River State and sent to the president. River State can never be saved with the structure on ground. Right now from Woji. More messages. Good evening, sir. River State has lost economically. You can measure economic growth through a lot of indices, but for brevity's sake, in the past 6 months, what happened to business investment? What happened to infrastructural development, employment rates, GDP, life expectancy, and all? Now that the terms of agreement is unknown, for now, the future seems bleak. From Dr. Okwaraka Emuaga George from Abua. This one says, good evening, Max. You see, this country, I don't tire. I'm a graduate. I cannot even boast of 50,000 naira in my account right now. I'm even looking for money to fill my gas at the moment. I came from Oyo City. I'm from Onelga, but no job. This state is not moving anywhere. In our universities, especially physical sciences, Max is the only theory that they can boast of, but when you come to practical, it's zero. Please, they should look into our education sector and make skill compulsory in our universities. My name is Rodin from Rumosi.
All right, let me take this. Good evening, go ahead.
Thank you, Maxwell, for taking my call.
Dr. Chris, welcome, sir.
Yes, I just come out from that place, that other room, me and you know now. Usually, I just pass in front of your station. Maxwell, you know, the other caller that called, I talked about the bus. These people should stop deceiving us about Abbas. Abbas came to do the work sent to him by the president, Wike, and the National Assembly. They should not, we're not babies in these states. Abbas has done their bit and collected and shared among them. You know, what are they trying to do? You know, running after the...
You can say allegedly.
Allegedly, yes. Allegedly. But all Wike wanted was what Abbas did. Abbas did. So that are they trying to make well-meaning people of River State not to institute a legal matter against the bus by covering up this one? Let them not let the car before the cat. I mean, it's well. Thank you, Maxwell and Rona.
Thank you.
Good evening. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, Everest.
Hello, this is Everest. Yes.
Yes, I can hear you.
Maxwell. You know, this bus. He was running, you know what? They don't even understand the language emergency. He was running to go and separate Wige with this.
No, we're looking at economic issues now. Have River State lost anything?
That is what I'm saying. The economic issues I'm talking now, because they accuse him, say they want to approve him, do this and that. Do you know that when he was running because of emergency to rush to save this, because they brought him to come and make peace. Then he had to run. Then Martin and Megule do this in liver run. All those things in the run up for 6 months. Then you should run up and down for
all right. Thank you very much. I think let's leave. You know, we should be tired of talking about human. Let's talk about the welfare of the people.
Exactly.
6 months of emergency rule. Have we lost anything in education? Economically, economically, it's all encompassing.
Both business,
yes,
investment.
Have we lost? To what measure? That's what we're looking at. Yes, good evening. Hello. Good evening. Yes, good evening. Go ahead.
Good evening.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm John.
Go ahead.
To me, I think University has lost a lot in terms of the economic development of the things. Then, when it comes to hospital of the things, look at the monument that they did at Mokota for how many years now. Somebody said, I'm not generating 1 naira for us. I don't know who has approved the renovation now. If you pass it, I feel the renovation is going on. And the work, the project are not 1 naira revenue for most people. And they are spent another billion to renovate. And they're talking to renovation is going on. So we have lost a lot. I don't know why it's IBAS or whoever that approved it, because the project has been on before people even come on board. The renovation is going on now, seriously now, I'm talking to you. So we have lost. We have lost a lot.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. Go ahead.
Maxwell, now that I know the main thing, because we're talking about economic loss in the state. Maxwell, you don't need to ask that question. It's so obvious. Look at the flyover in front of you after your at Rumoti. Do you know number of people that want to come to today's FM to do business? And because of the hold up there, because we started experiencing the same hold up we're experiencing even before the construction of that place. Look at the one at what is it called? What's that called? By that Anglican church around the Ikwere Road, going to Owerri. I've forgotten. Do you know the news as it constitutes there? People burn their fuel. That's economic loss. Our schools are not what they're supposed to be. If this particular state of emergency was not declared, the governor would have gone far with most of his projects by now. I'm sure the ring road would have been completed, and so on and so forth. But nothing has been done about that. You understand? So we have lost a lot, both in the area of education. Who knows how many, whatever that would have been established by now. More schools and even renovation. So it was a big loss for the state. But be it as it may, let's thank God that peace have returned. And let everybody shield his or her sword. Both Mr. A, Mr. B. Let's experience peace. Let's come back to our garden Pitapa City as it used to be. You understand? Thank you.
Thank you very much. One more call. We're done. Good evening.
Hello, Master. Good evening.
Yes, Muriel.
Thank you. Good evening, Rona.
Yes, good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, Maxwell, whenever I think about what is happening in River State, it pains me. Sometimes I just get tired. Maybe sometimes I just feel like postponing call in the meantime, honestly. For the fact that we're the talk of the town for all the wrong reasons. The talk of the whole country.
Okay, Miriam, we're rushing. Yeah?
Okay. But we've lost so much that. And the most painful part is nothing came out of this 6 months that we just lost. We just lost 6 months out of our lifetime, as Rivers. In fact, if Rivers was the person, and nothing, absolutely. Just look at what is happening. The reason why we went for state of emergency, look at the people. Look at them. The people that gave us this, cost of the state of emergency. Are you seeing them? Are you seeing what they are doing? We're back to square one.
Thank you, ma'am.
It is something. Thank you, Maxwell. Good night.
Thank you. All right. Start sending in your eyewitness report. From your eyewitness report, we will know if we have lost or not. You see, as you're growing old, time is going. Do you understand? Time waits for no one. The world is moving fast and faster and faster. Over there, robots are now carrying babies. They are solving problems. They now live a fast life over there. So probably they believe that people might not have time to get pregnant when people are they're supposed to pursue their career. So they now created something. A robot, you bring sperm, just the IVF arrangement, but this one, the robot is carrying the baby in the womb, so you can go about your business. The woman would donate her egg, the man would donate the sperm. Dr. Chris knows what I'm talking about. Fertilization will take place, and then they will impute into the robot. The robot will carry your baby for 9 months and deliver the baby. Then you come and take your baby. It's still your DNA, everything. But the difference is that you were busy pursuing your career and chasing money while the robot was doing the job. Surrogacy, but not a human being carrying it now. A robot. Here, we are planning party convention. Let's go for this short break. We'll be right back.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart. And that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe Home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
All right, welcome back. It's now time for Eyewitness Report.
Eyewitness report. Not what's on your mind now.
Not what's on your mind. It's Eyewitness Report, whatever you can see, feel within your environment.
Yeah.
But just note this. Haven't you asked yourself a question? How come Nigerian players retire very easy? Very early. Before they get to their peak, they retire. Before they get to their peak, they retire. The difference is clear. Over there, talent are spotted early when children are growing up. They spot the talent and then they start grooming them in that line. Look at what Ronaldo is doing to his son. Messi is also doing the same. I think Vincent Inyama is doing the same for his son. So I think probably this generation of players, if their children are going to play football or they are going into sports, they will do better because they discover them. But the likes of Okocha Kano and some of the players we have today, some of them didn't go through the normal academy, as children, as teenagers. But over there, they have all these things. What am I trying to say? There is no time for anybody. The earlier someone starts something, the better. Some of you who are listening, including me who is here, if we knew what we know today, probably would have been farther than where we are today, right? The arrangement was that go to school, study medicine, study engineering, study law, study accounting, get a job and be successful. That's all. But you didn't know that before now, they would have scattered the country to the extent that companies were moving out. So the job you won't even get. You ended up started doing POS, doing makeup, which is not bad. But if you had started, if you knew you were going to do makeup from the onset, then you would have studied things within that line. Fine arts and all that. Do you understand? Paintings. So by the time you clock 25, 30, you would have been very successful in your endeavor because you started early. But the normal thing was you finish primary school, you do secondary school, you write WAEC. WAEC will jam you small, you write GC, you write NECO, you write jam you. You are with time is going on. While you're writing jam and all that is jamming, you are jamming him. Then you finally finish. By the time you get into school, you're already aged. You don't even know what you're going to do in life. Then probably you want to go and study law. School plus strike and all that. You finish school at age 32. And they want to employ. And they say they want people people within the range of age of 20 to 25 with 5 years experience. Do you fall into that group? No. So you start thinking, I finished law school, what will I do? You start doing some small this thing here and there, signing some deeds and so. Say, let me just add something. Then you probably open one small business to add up. Before time is going, then you start thinking of getting married. Economic pressure will add up. Some of you can relate with what I'm saying, right? Rona, you know what I'm talking about?
Exactly.
But in those developed nations, it is a different thing. The system has already been created for them. Like I said earlier, Robert is carrying people's baby over there. We are planning party convention here. All the parties are planning their convention. Then they are also planning how to do 2027 elections. You see, and people are gyrating, shouting, election 2027, review the Electoral Act. That's what that's what we're doing here. There, they put baby inside robot.
We'll get there now. We'll get to the advanced stage. We're not putting babies inside robots parts.
No, I'm just giving insight. I'm not saying
I'm saying that.
Okay, just give us light first.
We'll get there now. So we'll soon get to everyone.
Just give us light. Maybe these days now, do you know this day we are constructing our roads now?
Issues.
Once I have small money now, I will do 1 kilometer road.
God will bless all of us so that we can make life better. Good evening.
Your Eyewitness Report.
Good evening, Mark.
Yes, welcome.
Yeah, Rola, good evening.
Yes, good evening. Welcome.
Yes, so my name is Engineer Joran, popularly known as something Moskileman. Yeah, there is one road I normally cry about, asking government to help us. But at the time I stopped because I find out as a person that there is no governance in River State, no local government, no state, and no unit and everything functioning. I decided to stop. But now that the governor is back, I can then now shout little at least to the center in the state government. But unfortunately, I saw miracle is about happening. But I don't know where the miracle is coming from. I saw equipment now started landing on Ishodu, Elebrada, Ring Group, leading to Ishoku. Equipment have started landing. Sometimes they run a soil test and not the rest. But as I'm talking to you now, equipment is landing at the site at Ishodu. They want to walk that road for us. But I'm just trying to where the source of the work is coming from. If from the local government, I don't know. If from the state government, I don't know. Is it from the federal government? So
is it supposed to be your business? Who is fixing the road?
At least to tell the person thank you now.
No need now. Just tell them to fix the road. That's all. They should fix the road. Okay, you deserve it.
Okay. So wherever the source is coming from, I beg the road is about to fix. They should please so that it will help Ishodu, Lebrada, and then more at large to shut down to Ishodu. That is for that one. Max, during this last weekend, something happened in my community, which is a good one. I to have been find that before this time, oil and gas has been found in my community. And Mr. Maxwell, Sterling Global is the company's name. The way and manner they are coming to operate in Elebrada, they are coming, I want to categorically say it with capital letter. They are coming through the back door. They are coming through the back door to do business in Elebrada. They are indirectly want to cause another problem. We normally have some issues, problem in my community. If you ask me, what is the really cause of the problem? Maxwell, I don't know. But boys carry gun, kill people and all the rest. We normally make this on a bad side. But some of the youth decide not to now. Now there is something that will cause problem for us. These people are passing through back door to come and do business in our place. Now, the community entirely, call the management of the company. We hold a stakeholders meeting and the town hall meeting, with them on Friday. We bring terms and conditions up to 15 to tell them what they are doing, what they are supposed to do. Sorry for the community that they have not done. They should do it so that there will be peace in our community. Somebody like High Chief Emeka Beke, Okulo be one of them all, who is the APC chairman, is trying to manage the youth, more especially in the community, to tell them to calm down. That we must follow due process to interact with these people. He has been trying, managing the youth, and he will keep on managing us. Please tell Sterling Global Company that they are following through back to come and do company, to come and do business in Elebrada. They should please not cause problem for us. They should not cause problem for us in Elebrada community.
All right, we've got your thought. Thank you.
We are just.
Thank you. We've gotten it. Good evening. Go ahead.
Good evening to you.
Yes, Robin Martin.
I couldn't take time. That too. Looking at this road, road. It links Ikwere Road through to East-West Road. Small. That area is the hometown of Chief Tony Okocha, the NDC rep. I've been calling him, I'm still calling him now, that road needs emergency. He started shouting about emergency rule in River State. that road around his community need emergency. Let him walk on that road so that people can seamlessly drive through that road. So that axis of Port Harcourt can go. I would have just.
Robin Maja, let me save your airtime. Good evening. Can you call back?
Hello, Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, please, Chief.
This is Chief Solomon. Is it my eyewitness report? I have two. One, the major one now, my clan brother here that traveled to abroad, India. They just killed him over there. So I want to encourage our Nigerians. We should be careful. You see, these European white people, they are against Nigerians.
Don't come on here and say white people are against Nigeria. Eh? You can advise your people to be careful. All right? Good evening.
Master, once again,
go ahead, sir.
Let me speak or talk about the East-West Road, Trailer Park, LMA Junction Road. It's been a while I've joined in through that road. As usual, rainy season like this, we usually have trucks falling by the road on the road. Every junction, you will see 5, 3, 15 trucks, trailer, and everything falling on that road. But of recent, because of the construction that is ongoing on that road, we rarely have those incidents. We rarely record all those incidents. But I want to use this medium too, because the Minister of Work told us that he has written about 4 letters to ROCC that they will not extend whatever they call it on that route. I want to ask ROCC to speed up those flyover that they are initiating or ongoing. They are still on a 0.5%. Go on that road, Trailer Park and Apajo, Aleto Bridge. I just watch what they are doing there. I wonder when they will complete the flyover, when they have a timeline of 3 years, and December is just around the corner. So whatever they are doing, they should speed up. My street, we don't have a street light. So police station road, there are street lights everywhere. Let NDDC consider this street because I live here. I am a very important person. Let them remember me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Go ahead.
Good evening, Maxwell.
Wellington.
My area report is on the River State House of Assembly. They are back now on duty. They have their constituency. Let them take a tour to their constituency and see the level of damage on this state of emergency has caused to River State. Let them take a tour. They are representing people now from different constituencies and local governments. Let them take a tour. A primary school in their constituency. See the health center. See the roads. See other government facilities. And ask how many people are working. Who are supposed to be? Is it for that? That's the oversight function now. Sometimes I ask myself, they are just chatting. Let them take a tour to their communities now. Look at the health centers, look at the primary school, look at the secondary school. They're talking about budget, supplementary budget, I think so. Let them take a tour now and talk to the people now. The people elect them, can't they discuss a little bit with the people? Discuss interact. Having town hall meeting. So far, so good. Have we been doing well? Where have we not done well? In terms of healthcare, in terms of education, so that they can complete the budget they are looking for. And then pass it to the governor. What are they doing now? Is it just to share that all those in favor say the eyes have the bill has been passed to tax us? If you move now, the speaker, right honorable Martin Sapewude, please call your committees to move to different local governments and elevate the level of living in this state. Thank you and God bless you. Vice Wellington from Okrika.
Yes, please. Go ahead. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Maxwell and Rona.
Good evening.
Yes, my name is Kingsley, calling from Obogoro. Yeah, my brother, My eyewitness report is about police behavior on the roads. The way some of those guys behave on the road, my brother, you wonder if those guys are properly trained as a police officer. The way those guys ask for money as if they gave you money to keep for them. You'll be asking yourself, is these people there to protect or to extort people? And people go out in the morning to go and look for what to take and feed their family. You see someone standing with gun that is being paid for the job to protect life and properties. You'll be seeing them forcing people. Their police commissioner should do something. The IG. I hope they are listening. And what baffles me is that they have a team, a monitoring team, who opt to check people. And to crown it all, my brother, even at some police checkpoints that is even close to their office, you see them still doing the same thing. I'll be asking myself, does it mean that the DPO that is in charge of that place are not seeing these boys or what? They should wake up. They are there to protect Nigeria, not to make Nigeria suffer more. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Go ahead, your eyewitness.
Hello, good evening, Mr.
Yes, please,
Master,
go ahead.
and the lady in the house. Matthias calling you from Noah in River State.
All right, sir.
Eyewitness is that as our governor was coming back from the airport, none of the chairmen that go to the airport to welcome him. Why? That's my eyewitness report.
Good evening. Go ahead.
Lucky Master.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, let me complete my eyewitness report. As I was saying, that Abua Junction in Ahoda town that leads to Abua Odua, that road needs to be dualized by River State government, even if it's a federal road. Amechi dualized road from here up to near Uri. The money was refunded to River State government. Let Governor Sim Fubara, His Excellency, connect that Abua Odua by balancing the road. That the only modular refinery we have in River State is situated within that area, which is Obele, Arada, which my community is a host community. The whole of that place should be open because of the tankers that go there to product. The village is a local government, and if that road is dualized, it's going to open up the economic activities in that area. And coming to this place, Kimaswell, my last they give me a year now. Excellency, Governor Sim, for the governor of the state, whom I put letters now in government. Excellency, help me in my land. I'm not from Togo. I'm a Nigerian. I'm a River State son. I acquired that property with my money where I do my farming activities. Local economy is what? Is it not farming? It's my sword. It's my. I should not be like this as if I'm a child without a father and mother. Who can stop this madness going on in River State? Land grabbing. I want to demand and ask, come to my aid. Come to my aid, the governor of River State. Those who know him, who know his relatives, who know somebody who will tell somebody, people should help me. It's my property. My name is Robinson Omaje, Robin Maja the farmer. I'm a player son. They should give me back my land. I bought with my money. Lucky Maswell, God bless you and bless today, FM.
Thank you very much. God bless you too. Good evening. Good evening. Okay, let's take some messages.
Good evening, Max and Rona. My eyewitness for 6 months, the location, flyover bridge. has been in total darkness with its dangerous security implication. Very simple. Rivers State government, please change the lights to solar panels. This is cost effective from Kanu. This one says, good evening. My eyewitness report is about the bad roads at Rumekini, inside School Road, Rumuchi Street, Agaracha Street, and Chuku Street inside Rumekini are all in a bad condition. Anytime it rains, the students of CSS Rumekini and other private school students inside School Road and other streets at Rumekini swims in flood to enter the school or come out of the school environment. It's dirty because of the bad roads. We're calling on the NDDC and the state government to come carry out projects at Rumekini. They should come and tar the roads here. As big as Rumekini, no single internal road is tarred, no solar lights, but they still collect tax from Rumekini people. General Round Face from Rumekini. Good evening, Max. My eyewitness report is concerning the just concluded 6 months state of emergency in River State. Max, do you see what our politicians have brought to us in the states? Imagine the billions that we have lost for just 6 months to a stranger from Calabar. The only thing that they can do is, in the first plenary, is to ask the governor to come present another budget that they will loot, while the average Rivers youth is going to bed with empty stomach. Most of our schools don't have roofs, windows, and teachers. Some communities don't have NEPA lights, and almost all the roads now is dilapidated. From Wilfred Jonah. Okay, regular text messages. This one says, my eyewitness report is about community secondary school. The principal of community secondary school, Otafa Abua, has rated each and every student of the school to pay the sum of 2,000 naira as a security fee to the security guard in the school. And I asked, when the parents and guardians pay salaries to workers in the various schools in this state, please let the Ministry of Education take note and call this principal for questioning. From Elder Friday Obukoma Abua. Good evening. My eyewitness report is about my bank. For the past 4 to 5 months, I haven't been able to use the USSD code. Even before this happened, I noticed little deductions from my account, which I didn't understand. I've told myself that if I can't use the USSD code, I'll close the account and open another bank. It's giving me a lot of inconvenience doing daily transactions using the app. Secondly, I noticed that in my OPay Wealth account, I experienced little deductions of 10 naira. I don't understand why. I withdraw all the money in that account. Out of the 31 naira that was left in Wealth, I am left with 2 naira. Has OPay started behaving like some of the banks, doing unexplained daily deductions from people's accounts? My third eyewitness report is about Elikpo Kwodu Aziz of the Ring Road. Julius Beggar, the state of emergency has been suspended. Come and complete your project. Your abandoned project is making life difficult for the people of Rivers State. This one says, Maxwell, greetings. My eyewitness is on the deplorable nature of Rukboku Eneka Road. From Rukboku Junction down to Eneka Junction, no-go area. Solar administrator have really dealt with us for these 6 months. Now that the solar administrator has gone along with money, I am calling on Julius Berger.
How do you know he
allegedly
went along with money? I'm
calling on Julius Berger to handle the Rukboku Eneka roads to resume work immediately. From Thank God Ability at Able. Someone says, good evening, Lucky Maxwell and Rona Agbara. Please, my area report is that River State should allow Governor Sim to concentrate after losing a lot. Please, we need electricity in Omagwa. Thanks, from Wadu Godwin, aka Umbogidi. Good evening, Max and Rona. My eyewitness is about the lack of power supply at Iguruta. They will tell us they used to rationalize the lights every 5 days from one axis to another, but nothing of such is happening. I wonder if Iguruta is still part of River State due to lack of social amenities in that area. It's a pity, really, really a pity. Silva Agbo from Port Harcourt. We have a voice note here.
Lucky Maxwell, Wellington from Ukrika. Let me thank you for your comportment, professionality, and experience and composure as a journalist. You're a nice man. Your experience cannot be overemphasized. The statement is clear, the paper is clear. That's why each time I call already, I always tell people like us, we are well.
I think that's I think it came in late. That's
at the
actually
time.
Yes, that particular voice note came in late.
All right, send in your eyewitness report to 0701 933 9962. There's a WhatsApp call here. Hello, good evening.
Max and Rona.
Yes, good evening. Go ahead.
This Mr. Yusinwa. God bless you all.
All right.
Please, we thank God all the reverse men and women. We thank God that our governor is back. But if you hit the ground running, not the one they are doing up there, better running. So, will I say you should declare state of emergency for all the road that is bad in River State? Mostly Chokota, Ikurengo, Umeblu Road, Maxwell and Rona. People of this community have suffered a lot. Maxwell, you can imagine where people suffer for bad road for more than 30-something years. A lot of children were born for that area, don't know what to be Crotown for this place I'm talking about. Not that they don't have anything they produce. So these communities, Umuchoko, Ikurengo, Umeblu. The same Ikurengo have Umoke, Osigri, and other things. If you go to Umeblu, you have Umeblu 1 to 4. They never make a reach 5 now. These communities have more than 60-something oil wells, but they can't boast. They can't boast on good road. We are begging for just major road, not even internal road. Major road from Igbo Junction straight. That road will take you to Beaver Junction or Igbo Express here. For more than 30-something years, that road condemned. Nobody's helping. We are begging. We are calling. Governor, please help us. No time again. Hit the ground, running. Help people of Chokota and Blue Road. We have suffered a lot for many years. Help us. I know that you are not around here in Abuja now, but help us. Help us, Mr. Yusi is back again to cry, to call on you to put this road in order. Please help us. This rainy season, yesterday, some of my community people, they called me that some student because this road now, that's where we have the only secondary school in Igbeche is just along this road. You can imagine where a student want to go to school. Normally, those days when we want to go we will iron our white, even stocking at the iron stocking. You can imagine some of them will put it inside bag. When they get to the school premises, and that's where they will be. And the school compound don't even have any good restroom. You see some of them will be hiding inside with to change job. That school is boys and girls school. Please help us so that our children will not be stranded. At least they will dress well from their house to school. They will not put in their school bag, putting their sandals inside bag. When they go to school, they will not look for small bush around in the place and be hiding themselves to wear their school uniform. It's too bad. Most of these our leaders, many of them dress from their house to school. This time around, people will come there dress inside school. You can't dress from house because of bad road. Some of them will buy rainboot. If your parents don't get money to buy rainboot, you wear petrol slippers because of bad road. Please help people of Chokota, Ikurengo, Umeblu Road. God bless you, Maxwell, for your good work, Arona. Mr. Uses first.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yes, good evening. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Good evening.
Go ahead, sir.
My eyewitness, I went to Choba Junction to get something. I was, people say, follow one lane. I was the one asking what's happening in the junction there. They said they're walking the road. I said, okay, let me go and see my eyes. If I'm going to the junction, then I'm going to just to get something at 24 there. All those bad places at 24 there, they're walking it. That's good. They're working it. You know, that Choba Junction there, those Grenadier there, very bad. So I'm so happy. And when they are, let me see my eye. They're working the round lanes. If you are going, you know, from Zobana to Junction, they're working it. Just after that one now, they will enter. They are coming back now from Junction to Choba, Zoba. So that's very good. Please, I like the work they are doing there. Now, after that one, please, I want to call the state governor to come to Mokonari Road, Deeper Life Road. That road helps people. That road helps the way they are walking for that Ring Road. That flyover to go back to Mokonari Junction there. Is here they pass. This road they're talking about every day. It's the NGDC that want this road for us. NGDC is trying a lot at Mapana. This Port good and make they spoil the whole road. Please, according to the state government, state governor, to help us. Please, so this road help everyone. This road now help everybody. Both him, including the governor, including the whole House of Assembly. These are the whole 8 years. Chairman then, this road everybody pass. According to the please, I'm begging.
Thank you, Wanda. We got your thought. Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, Reginald.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Maxwell, now that you know that during the period of the sole administrator, I decided not to request anything because I know that he didn't come to the state to solve any problem. Now that the governor is back, that is why I'm calling now. I have been calling before the suspension concerning the Chogocho Umechem Pipeline Road, my road. That road is supposed to be a state road, or NDDC should handle this road. So I want to call on the governor to come and help us. Chogocho Umechem Pipeline Road. Also, on NDDC. Also, remember Chogocho State. That is a situation where this is a light of NDC solar don't have. So, Tony Okocha, you are representing us in NDDC. Help Chogochu people. Finally, Mr. Maxwell, I want to beg the governor that now that he's back, let him look at education and the health. He did that of this thing now, the zonal hospital. HA is supposed to be the next one that before the suspension. Let me remind him that the zonal hospital at OK is supposed to do it now. Let him help us because a situation where people will be going to Port Harcourt or this and that to look for health, this is not good. So let him also look at capable hand as commissioner, if possible. Look at those commissioners that help with that, especially the commissioner
Reginald, let me save your airtime, Your line has started breaking. Good evening. Yes, good evening. Go ahead.
Hi, Max and Ronald. Ikodo and Olukoma Ekpe are calling for Olukoma are calling for road and lights since creation. NDDC local government.
He says since creation. Which of the creation are you talking about?
NDDC local government, Ahoda West state government, please, we are suffering. You people should come to help urgently because we have over endured. I'm Eric. This one says the police station built in Egbeda by David Omereji, former Emolga council boss, is about to be brought down by the current council boss. Why are we like this in this part of the world? Why can't he use that money he wants to waste to empower the youth of Emolga? Must we play politics in everything? That building is barely 3 months. Why do we play politics of bitterness and acrimony here? God help us. Ned Aguma. My eyewitness report is we're having a meeting convention soon and preparing for 2027.
I feel bad because we will not die all together now. A country, we have to survive. And it will be forced for women to survive. Because we will not be believing on our leaders, believing that they will give us what we need as a citizen, and they are not providing it for us. What do you think we will do? It's for we to get it by ourselves. After all, the oil passed through our backyard. What is so difficult for we to get it and boil it and use it for ourselves so that we live long? They should not be thinking about only themselves. Since they are not thinking about our own self, we have to think ourselves and help ourselves and to live. the way they think they are living. So I'm pleading they should not go after this boy because they are helping us. Since the federal government don't want to produce cuisine for us, let this boy that is helping us help us so that we will live long the way they are praying also to live long. The second one is that this insurgent that said that when federal government kill 20 more will emerge. The army, navy, police, they should go after these boys now and declare state of emergency there now. And also, if possible, they should also raise state police that will only take care of that state to tackle these insurgents. They should go to war. Police should go to war, not only taking 10 naira or 100 naira from the masses. They never think of checking or searching anything again. I'm even ashamed of the way our Nigerian police is asking the masses. They have a lot of change in their pocket. I don't know who is giving them the change. If it's church or who is giving them the change. They have change in their pocket. When I go to Congo police is not doing like this. They are well respected. But Nigeria police, I don't understand. Corruption, is that the way we will grow? I don't understand, Oga Maswe.
What did you go to Congo to go and do? I call me check. You went to dance Makosa. What did you bring from Congo? All right, just joking though. Yes, good evening.
Hello, Maswa.
Sir, welcome.
Yeah, my name is George. I'm calling from Origo.
Right.
Yes, Maswa, my eyewitness is on the resumption of speaker and other house members. The day they resume duty, nobody received them as they go and receive Fubara. Does it mean that it's only Fubara that was suspended, or it's all of them that was suspended? So, since all of them were suspended, they would have also as well give a reception to the speaker and all the other on his team that resumed the same day with him. So if they are not doing that, which means that they are doing partiality in the state, because I see every day people crying, Fubara, resume. This one happened, this one did not happen, hanging their hope on one particular man that will do heaven and earth for them. How will you be trusting a human being that will do heaven and earth for them? So they should balance the question and not one-sided, saying they are waiting for the governor. That is one. Then another one again is about EBAS. Yes, I think the House of Assembly, they know that to call EBAS to come and do account for the state, so that we know what happened during this 6 months emergency rule that he did. So he has to come and give account to it. So that is my eyewitness for this side. Thank you, Pastor. I'm George from Origo.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Go ahead.
Brahmas, good evening.
Yes, please.
My friend for Diop.
Welcome, sir.
Yes. I go visit the governor. I want to welcome the governor because I love the governor. I don't go see the speaker because I don't love the speaker. The House of Assembly members, I don't like them. That's why I did not go and welcome them. We welcome who we love. Not be so. Only they come, they do, say, who they pretend. Who they do our openly. That's why when they do that election, we will not agree come out. We dey inside house. We dey for 3 they play ball. We will not support them. When the governor come back, we love the governor. We only go tell the governor, say, we love you. We go stand for him. The House of Assembly members don't love them. That's why we didn't come out. You understand? So that is the thing. So you cannot force me to love you. It's my right to love and my right to hate. Or my right not to love. So I have the right to love who I want to love. I don't love the House of Assembly members. I will not welcome them. But I only pity for my governor because the speech was so embarrassing. The speech of my governor was not giving me hope. I saw my governor not the real governor I wanted. So many things has gone out. I just don't know. But we are just praying for him. He said we should pray for him. We are waiting for the list to come out. If that list come out, if it is weekly list, we are going to know now. Since we know that all the local government chairmen is weekly boys, when we see the list, we know whether it's weekly list. Then we know the chief of staff to the governor, whether it's weekly boy. We know when the appointments start coming up. We know where the appointment will be coming from. So we'll talk on radio. It's our right to talk. It's our right to criticize. We don't insult people. We don't abuse people. We criticize constructively. We talk what we are supposed to talk because nobody owns this state. This state belongs to everybody. As long as you are paying your tax in this state, it does not matter where you are from this state, you have rights in this state. Nobody owns this state. No past governor owns this state. no past minister on this state. This state is owned by everybody, the conductor, the organizer, the bus driver, everybody on this state. So you cannot come and tell us that we should come and welcome you. Oga would not like to know they welcome you.
Thank you, sir.
This is Maxwell. Maxwell, come any day and welcome you. Come to Job. Come to Job and welcome you, Maxwell.
Okay, sir.
I love you. Personally, me, I love you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's what you can take for today. We'll see you tomorrow again.
We'll be here again for
Please
you.
follow me on Facebook. All right? LUCKYMAXWELL. That's Lucky Maxwell on Facebook. On X, Elon Musk's X, formerly Twitter, at LuckyMax234. Good evening.
On Facebook, I'm Rona Agbara, RonaAgbaraha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
We need to talk other sports. Beyond all of that, we'll also be talking women and sport in our nation, Nigeria. I won't let the cat out of the bag. No, not a cat. I don't have a cat with me, but I'll let this personality that's with me on the show out of wherever the personality is when we come back from this break. My name is Godwin A. Nakana. Don't forget, it's Global Sports Update. Welcome back, Global Sports Update. Yes, it is about time we unveiled the masquerade that we have on this edition of the show. And Amazon, I must tell you, one of those personalities that give value to a lot of us when still doing sports. Dr. Toyin Aluko is her name. Thank you for joining us on Global Sports Update.
Thank you very much for having me.
Well, a lot of persons are listening now and they want to find out who is Dr. Toyin Aluko.
Wow. Well, first and foremost, Dr. Toyin Aluko is a child of God and a sports administrator who started a sports career in the 70s, being a former national handball player, turning to becoming a national coach, the first female national handball coach for 14 years. And I metamorphosed into sports administration proper. I served my government in various federations. I served as Secretary General for about 8 national sports federations. Wow. Before moving to the headquarters. I headed the coaching division of Federation Elite Athletes Department, and later I headed the institutional sport at the grassroots sport development. I retired from the then Federal Ministry of Youth and Sport, now National Sports Commission. Presently, a sport consultant, one of the national sports directors for the Nigeria Olympic Committee, and I can go on. Let me stop here.
Wow, wonderful. Now, you said you were General Secretary of different 8 sporting federations in our country. Now, were you one of the super secretaries?
Well, only God is super, but I can tell you that every federation I worked, I left a mark in that federation. Until tomorrow, we are still friends in almost all the federations that I served as Secretary General.
Well, maybe I should ask you this. Do you agree when people say the most difficult people to deal with? Some even say the problems of sport development in our country starts with the secretaries. Do you agree?
In a way, I might agree, because the people out there might not understand the process of sports administration. And in sports, what we know is that the coach, the athlete perform, every other thing, the secretary does that. And that means financing, getting the athletes set for competition, taking care of their welfare, their trips and all. So the sport administrator has a lot to do. That is, the Secretary General has a lot to do in ensuring high performance of the athletes.
Interesting. Now, tell me, in all the sporting federations that you were a secretary, which was the most interesting and the most challenging?
Well, it was hockey. I was in hockey during the All African Games, and my president was the former governor of Yobe State, Bukaba Ibrahim. I had to travel to Yobe several times. I had to push him to get sponsorship for hockey. And it was quite interesting, and it was an experience that I will never forget. It gave me an understanding of working with people in the North and their perception when it comes to sports management.
Interesting. Tell me the interesting part.
Well, the interesting part is that hockey is a family, and I want to tell you that while working with Alhaji Bukaba Ibrahim, the late former governor of Yobe State, I was like one of them anyway, because there was no discrimination. I was given full respect. Whatever I wanted, I got from Yobe State then, because the president had passion for hockey. When he was playing hockey, according to him, in the 70s, he used bamboo tree stick to play hockey. And I can remember we went for an international congress in Australia. All his allowance from the government, he spent all buying hockey equipment. And we came with loads of hockey equipment to Nigeria. And when you work with somebody that loved what you are doing and loved the sport, of course you give your best. I gave my best to hockey, and that's why I cannot forget my 4 years in the Hockey Federation of Nigeria.
So obviously, most memorable experience will be in hockey.
Yes, in hockey.
Interesting. Well, how can we rise again in sports instead of relying on these accidental successes that we keep having these days?
Well, sometimes, most of the time you hear grassroots. Are we really doing anything about grassroots sport development? That is the question. I was the product of grassroots, and how did I come into sport? While I was in secondary school, I was doing the sprints. I was doing all the field events. But I was never discovered in sprint, nor in the field event. But somehow, a coach came to my school, my final year in secondary school, because the country was preparing for the, third National Sports Festival in Kaduna in 1977. And the first set of coaches in handball were all from the military, because the military were trained, the military soldiers were trained for handball. And when they came back from training, they were sent to different states. One was sent to my state. And that one that was sent to my state came to my school to introduce handball. So what he did was to go to about 6 schools within the same vicinity and chose a particular school for the training venue. They went there, and that was it. I was able to use all my other skills in strength, in long jump, in high jump, in short put for handball, and I became the best there. And from there, I represented my zone as the first Oyo State Sports Festival in preparation for the Kaduna 1978 National Sports Fair in Kaduna. And that was how I came into limelight. So talking about grassroots, if that coach did not come to my school, I wouldn't be talking to you today.
Wow.
And it's unfortunate that the coaches we have now, don't let me say they are lazy. They are not lazy, but they don't have the enabling environment. In those days, coaches go to school. We have coaches in all the local government areas. Now, do we have coaches at the local government area? The sports councils organizing state sports festivals that could bring the local governments together. I'm so happy when I heard that Akwa Ibom organized a state sports festival, because it's an opportunity to bring all the talents, the potential athletes from all the local government. But these days, you realize that the financial situation of Nigeria has made our coaches lazy, because they are not being empowered to go out. Except we begin to empower our coaches to go out to zones. Let's get more coaches. Let them go to the zones. Let them go to the local government. Let them get teams. At the end of the day, they know when they are preparing athletes at the various local government levels, they will have opportunity to showcase these talents when the state organizes sports festival. But in the absence of state sports festival, the only thing they wait for now is the National Sports Festival, the Youth Games. And 2 years, you might lose some athletes. But when you have regular competitions at the state level, local government levels, it helps us to develop athletes from the grassroots. And from the grassroots, you see them, they come to limelight. I came from the grassroots to limelight, and today I'm still talking about sports. Thank you.
Dr. Tony Aluko, now you talked about coaches. There are coaches and there are coaches. Have we empowered our coaches? Have we trained them? A good coach gives you a good athlete. Do we have trained coaches?
No, we don't. Okay, like when I was introducing myself, I was a coach. I was the first women national coach in handball. And why did I leave coaching? I left coaching because I did not see a future for myself in coaching. The few coaching courses I attended outside, I had to source funds to attend coaching courses. I had to source funds to improve myself, in the area of coaching. At a stage, I got tired, and I just told myself, well, it's easier for me to move into sports administration. Of course, I went back to school. I studied sports administration, even at the master's degree level, even at the for my PhD. I studied sports administration at the PhD level. And I want to tell you that I headed the coaching division of the Sports Commission of the former Federal Minister of Youth and Sport, thinking I could bring about a change to coaching in Nigeria. Sometimes we concentrate more on developing the athletes, but what about the coaches? Because you cannot have a good athlete without a good coach.
Very true.
So we must develop the two of them together. So in Nigeria, we are not yet serious. We are not yet serious in the area of developing our coaches. Coaches' education is still at the zero level when it comes to developing our coaches. Now, one good thing the International Handball Federation of Nigeria, has done for handball coaches is that for you to sit down as a national coach for your team, senior team, you must have a license. For African Championship, you must have B license. For some other lower competitions, C and D. So you graduate from D to C, B to B, B to A. And at the end of the day, if you are not qualified, you cannot sit down on the bench. So that helps the coaches in handball, to keep improving themselves, even though many of them sponsored themselves for all these programs that they've been attending to get these licenses, but it shouldn't be so. And then when I was in system as the head of the coaching division, I tried to do a program, whereby we can have Nigeria Coaches Council. It will serve like a regulatory body. This one that gets everybody into coaching, every chicken harry in coaching, everyone will say I'm a coach, whether satisfied or not. And that, if we have that in place, it will help us to regulate coaching in Nigeria. Just like the International Handball Federation has made it mandatory for you to be qualified, certified, because you sit down. Because if you go with a team that you are not qualified to sit down on the bench, they will not allow you. The team will play without the coach. Or you go and hire a licensed coach to sit with your national team. Because they don't do that, coaches will not be encouraged, to try to improve themselves and to get certification. So coming down to Nigeria, I could remember we sent out a form. We did a little research when I was in the department to know the coaches we have in the state. We sent out the form for them to fill. It was surprising to note that many states don't have coaches for many sports.
Wow. Dr. Toyi Aluko returns tomorrow. And of course, she's talking about an association that I think a lot of Nigerians should know something about. I want to be educated. I want to be informed. And that is the reason I got in touch with her. That's about the size of the show. Godwin Enakna is my name. Tomorrow, we'll be back definitely with Dr. Toyi Aluko. God bless Nigeria.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people. Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies. There was a sound that told our stories, a rhythm that made our fathers dance and our mothers smile. Welcome to The Thrill, a musical journey through time where legends live on and new stars shine. Join us from Mondays to Thursdays, 9 p.m. on Today 95.1 FM for the ultimate high life musical show. Don't just listen, feel the music. High life lives here.
African style. African style. African style. African style. Ibo
11 minutes past 9, and today is September 22nd, Monday 2025. Thank you once again for staying tuned to this station today, 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. My name is Queen Chima. How is it going for you? You know, I always ask you this question. I mean, if you always listen to me by this time of the night, you know that it's a question I like to ask because, I mean, it's past 9 and it's been a long day. A day full of activity for you. How was it, or how is it still going? I know that some of you are still out there. You're still probably driving, running home, or trying to get something, just figuring a lot of things. I understand life can be like that sometimes, where there's so much to figure out, but just be sure that you're not losing touch with yourself, right? A lot of times we can be about every other thing apart ourselves. You can be about your job, family, people around you, apart yourself. So you're not just in touch with what is happening with you, in you, through you. All right, so take some time. Sometimes if you didn't do it, this weekend that just passed, the coming weekend, you can decide to take out some time for yourself to just relax and think through what's been going on in your life. I'm not saying think yourself to bother yourself, but get in touch with yourself, right? Get to understand what it's been like for you lately, what it's been like, what life has been like, right, for you. And it's a good place to be, great place to be, because you get in touch with yourself again, and it's easier to just continue running around and doing other stuff for other people. Now, thank you once again for joining me on The Thrill. It's a music talk show where we, of course, highlight music. Did I say highlight? Hey, highlight music, and then we talk Nigerian, River State. Just issues around us. We get to talk about it. The important part of the show is you are a part of it, a huge part of the show. So if I don't get you talk on the show, I don't get you calling, I don't get to send text messages, then what exactly would I be doing here? Nothing, maybe. So we're doing this together, all right? And no visa for corrupt Nigerian government officials, U.S. warns. So I'm reading this from Daily Post. Now, the United States, U.S. has warned that corrupt Nigerian government officials risk visa restrictions. Now, in a statement posted on its official X handle on Monday, the U.S. mission in Nigeria said fighting corruption has no borders and that accountability extends to high-profile individuals. Now, fighting corruption knows no borders or limits on accountability. Even when high-profile individuals engage in corruption, they can be barred from receiving U.S. visas, the mission said. Now, Daily Post reports that the U.S. has repeatedly stressed its commitment to supporting Nigeria's anti-corruption drive. The U.S. had in the past imposed visa restrictions on politicians accused of undermining democratic processes and engaging in electoral malpractices. The latest warning comes at a time when transparency advocates have raised concerns over alleged mismanagement of public funds and abuse of office across different levels of government in Nigeria. Now, Washington maintains that denying entry to corrupt officials is part of its broader strategy to promote good governance, accountability, and respect for the rule of law in partner nations. Yeah, visa restrictions. And while going through this story, as I thought about it as a good one for us to talk about this evening, I just remembered the whole no corruption tagline that started with the Muhammadu Buhari administration up until where we are at the moment. It's just being that tagline that we talk about, corruption, no to corruption, we're eradicating corruption. And I don't know, in your mind you may have been asking, when do we attain this exactly as a country? Where do we get to a point where corruption is a human thing, but you know that when it turns out in excess, or when it's almost uncontrollable, and there are several facets of corruption that you want to deal with in different sectors in an economy, it becomes a call for concern. Now, this is the United States saying that, visa restrictions for corrupt politicians, corrupt leaders in Nigeria, that it's poised to strengthen Nigeria's economy, Nigerians' system, with the government ensuring that corruption is eradicated. Well, you might just be saying, well, this is just another talk to eradicate corruption. How do we get to that point exactly? You might just be saying, how would it even work? Is it going to happen? Is it going to be possible? You may also say, great one. I like this. Let's begin to know the interests. Let's begin to know what level of interest the US has, and also how they intend to fish out these corrupt politicians. Or is it when one is exposed for mismanagement of fund, or there's some level of exposure to a leadership failure, and then that person is referred to as a corrupt, and because it's in the open space, they can be used. Now, just today, the president reaffirmed his administration's support for constitutional reforms aimed at strengthening Nigeria's institutions, promoting justice, and guaranteeing fundamental rights. Well, and if there's one thing that every administration has talked about, is that we're going to ensure that things are done adequately. I think early this month we were talking about Nigeria saying, the Nigerian government saying that it has earned so much from non-oil revenues. We've had, I think, about 40%, and then it says, the interest of the government now is to ensure that this trickles down to every sector of the economy, and the people begin to feel this increase in the revenue. I remember some of you calling and saying, that's what we want to see, and not to talk about the non-oil revenue. And why this may look like good collaboration, one is looking at how these sort of portrays the Nigerian society, the nation, to other parts of the world. Right? People talk about, you travel to other countries, and the moment you mentioned that you're Nigerian, I mean, eyebrows are raised. People are beginning to look at you like, okay, Nigerian now. Wow, we have great people doing great things in the country. Young people, not so young. I mean, great things happening. But it just seems that because of corruption, because of the leadership challenges that we're facing in the country, well, some of the things are not translating to how it's supposed to. How many people are living in multidimensional poverty? You look at the country that it raises the kind of revenue it raises on a yearly basis, and you look at the economy generally and look at places that are struggling. And when you hear certain issues in the country in terms of corruption, you're wondering, where did all these monies go to? Where did all these monies come from? Or politicians trying to increase their earnings, politicians saying they'll do this and do differently, and one just says, the problem we have is a problem of leadership. Now, this is just one of it from the US warning that, Nigerian government official risk visa restrictions, and this is its way of fighting corruption. Fighting corruption that knows no borders or limits on accountability. Even when high-profile individuals engage in corruption, they can be barred from receiving U.S. visas. The mission said that, it's our commitment to supporting Nigeria's anti-corruption drive. Do we even need this much support? Is this not something that a country can do on its own without external support? And all of this, someone says, calls it bad PR. Or maybe you don't even see any of that happening in the country. How exactly is it going to happen? Who is steering the anti-corruption drive? And how is it aimed to be achieved? What is the aim to achieving this anti-corruption drive? Or is it just, another talk, and let's go over it? Now, remember that last month, was it last month? Of course, I think last month. Over a month now, where we saw a Canadian court declaring two parties in the country, that's the PDP and the APC, calling them terrorist organizations, and a Canadian court. Well, there was a response from the PDP and, of course, the APC saying that, that had no basis for a conversation. where the Court of Canada upheld a ruling that classified Nigeria's APC and PDP as terrorist organizations while denying asylum to a former member, Douglas Egaraba, over his decade-long affiliation with both parties. Now, the judgment delivered was in June 17, 2025, had said that found him inadmissible under Canada's Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, IRPA. But according to the People's Gazette, the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness had argued that the APC and PDP were implicated in political violence, subversion of democracy, and electoral bloodshed in Nigeria. Now, this is this year. I saw a report, I think 2023, where the US still imposed bans on Nigerians who disrupted elections. Right, that report was out there. You can find it online. Well, it said that the Nigeria's Election Tribunal was to begin hearing. Remember what serenaded the 2023 elections, from certificate forgery to litigations upon litigations, accusations of electoral fraud and all, which is for some people almost normal when elections come. Some people are looking forward to 2027. Oh, let's just let 2027 come and let's see the normal that we probably see in the country. So, but all of this, I mean, with all of this external interest and external strategy, according to the US, we are collaborating. It's the fight against corruption knows no borders, and this is our way of helping Nigeria and its anti-corruption drive, helping it fight its anti-corruption drive. And so, yeah, if we find any, we're about to, restrict politicians, restrict government officials, visa bans. So if you're corrupt, of course, no entry for you, the US. What do you think about this? Are these measures good enough? Or do you think it should be more of an internal measure than external? How does this shake the polity? Oh, do you think some people are shaking already in their houses? Oh, the US says it's going to join forces with the Nigerian government to fight corrupt government officials. And so, I immediately turn not corrupt the next day. Is it going to change anything? If not, so what are those, call it drastic steps that the Nigerian government needs to take to ensuring that it fights corruption? What are those drastic steps? If you think that these external threats don't hold anything, maybe, or you think it does. You think it does? Let's get to find out from you. How exactly can corruption be fought internally than externally? How and what impact will this have on the polity? The number to dial is 0810-951-0951. For text or WhatsApp message, 0701-9339-962. Remember to drop a message on Facebook, Today95.1, or on X, Today951. Good evening. Welcome to The Thrill. Good evening. Good to hear from you, Robin Maja.
Yes, it asks me whether that external fighting of corruption, whether it's making impact. I will say yes. Before I address the issue of internal. The external, in a sense, I want to recall or remind you, sometime in the past, the present chief of Nigeria today, Ekereku, do you know she was denied visa?
Yes.
Before she's holding that position. Are you aware?
Yeah, go on, yes.
Not aware. It's a fact. It's in the public domain. Her peers were all given visa. Or they didn't have this. The reason. Sponsored by her. talking about Nigeria, if we should fight.
Robin Maja, your line is disrupting. Can you dial again? Right?
Okay.
Yes, I can barely hear you, the network, so you can
Okay.
articulate your thoughts better. Good evening. Your name and location.
Yeah, good evening. How are you?
I'm fine. How about you?
Thank you. For me, Cambillion, can you hear me?
I can hear you in Ken Billions.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Please go on.
Okay. I mean, it's a good one. I want to also beg the envoy of Canada and UK to join the US to make sure we actualize this June. And the way you are talking about internally, it won't be easier. Because our judiciary are the handicap. The executive are pocketed them. So we will need outsiders to put our house in order, like it happened now in River State. The outsiders have come to teach them how to put themselves in order. So I think it will be a good one if they mean it, if they implement it, because after the Rick election, they boasted, people like me boasted how anybody any apology for supporting this one, supporting that one. So they mentioned their names, they banned them. So let it not be only for paper or for mouth. Let them implement it, including their children. All of them should be here, should be back home. You understand? That is when they will put their house in order. Canada should join them, UK should join them. Before you know it, they will advise themselves in Nigeria. Yes, they're talking about Nigeria internally. Who happened? Because all these judges, some of them are corrupt. So they will compromise. So we need outsiders, so that some people need outsiders to put their house in order. That's how I see it. That's my submission.
All right. Good evening. Your name and location.
Yes, hello, Queen.
Yes, you call back, Robin Maja.
Yes, can you hear me properly
I can.
now?
It's better, way better.
You can hear me properly now?
It's better. I can hear you.
Okay. Yes, like as I was saying, I'm giving you that example. What led to her being denied visa to America? Then talking about fighting the corruption internally, can we do that? Yes, I will. My answer is no. Queen, corruption is not only people collecting money or stealing money as it were. In the judiciary, people outside, the Americans, they know what is going on here. How the Nigerian constitution is not respected by the government of the day. I'm not accusing anybody. But you understand the Chief Justice of Nigeria today is Fagbemi. He's there. And let me remind you what happened in River State. He went on to tell the world that the governor suspended, did not allow the state assembly members to sit. They don't have where to sit. Meanwhile, these men and women are sitting somewhere, making laws, draconian laws, and the people outside there are watching them. These are people who is seated in the seat of government of power. So corruption is collective. How do we, President, good Lord, you know, allow that private judgment level are all people are being people are not to campaign. People are not allowed freely to use public facilities to campaign. These are corruption. And if America can do that for us, though some of them have already bought house in America, they are still living there. They should do more and buy them from coming to their country. Thank you. Robin Maja, the farmer.
All right, Robin Maja. Good evening. Your name and location.
Ma'am.
Yeah, I can hear you. Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good evening.
Okay, fine. You're talking about to fight corruption in Nigeria. It's very easy as ABCD. If President Tinubu don't make one speech tomorrow morning about corruption will stop. Just one word, corruption will stop. Not just one word, corruption will stop. Totally in the whole Nigeria. But because his hand is inside. Take for example, the Sept. If there are things you decide not to do and you vow not to, you will not do it. So it is to everybody. If you make a IG today from your mayor, from the community, from the DPO to the Commission of Police to the AIG, anything that happens and signing any call from any of the division or any police officer, that person will be held responsible. Everybody will sit up. By the time they find anything stupid from any of them, from any of the division of the police, automatically that will go for jail. That thing will stop general from the IG, including if the IG seems himself to be in jail for one corruption, everything will stop. The same thing to army, to navy, to army, to everything. The same thing to ministers. They know what they give you. They know the assignment they give to you to do. So by the time they find out anything different from what they ask you to, and you go for jail, the next person to you will not do it again. It's to civil servants, both the federal and the state, the same thing. But can president do it? If you do, how will you go back second tenor? If you tell who will not sign the one he wants to, because he can't do it alone. He can't steal the money alone. It's a collective responsibility. So other people will assist him to steal. So the people that you want to jail is not the people that will assist you to steal. So it is only way around explaining that can be easy. So if you make a product tomorrow, just as you say, first today is gone. As well as is not gone. So if we say corruption is gone, corruption will go. But that they like that, corruption will go. So president are not ready. He's not ready at all. He's not ready. So if corruption is not hard. Easy as ABC. Thank you.
All right. Good evening. Your name and location.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, this is Akonite.
Go on, please.
We're talking of corruption. In Nigeria, corruption has a root and a foundation and has the branches. Now, I don't know what Canada is saying of. What if our leader did not travel to Canada? Will Canada hold them responsible? No. If we do not travel to US, they hold our leader responsible? No. What if they travel to other countries like Ghana and Singapore? The base of this country is that for this country to grow, we need to eliminate corruption. Just the way China did their own. Anyone they find one side, they slay them all. If possible, cut off their neck. That is why other countries are growing, mysteriously growing, tremendously, improving, succeeding, surviving. But here in Nigeria, you find out that everyone is corrupt. A leader that is standing on a corrupt platform, a leader that is corrupt, how will he fight corruption now? Let's think about it. Judiciary that is corrupt, how can they fight corruption in this country? The only solution is to harvest it and burn it off. Slay them all so that this country will be a new. Nothing else. Because left and right, front and back, corruption is everywhere. You see, it's NAFDAC, fake drug, corruption is there. Filling station, petrol, refinery, corruption is there. Judiciary, INEC, corruption is there. Education, all kind of life. So I don't know how we solve this. That is why corruption is in Nigeria. We are not improving, we are not growing, and we are not progressing because of corruption. That is just it. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Your name and location.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, this is Honorable Chris.
All right, please go on.
I can't lie to you. We are just deceiving ourselves if we are talking about that we don't know the people that corrupt this country. Nigerian politicians are number one, followed by police, judiciary. Oh, Akbare. Look at what is going on. You see what is going on. You see what plays out in River State. Who? Only one man, engineer orchestrated the removal of an sitting governor. And it's boasting that is somebody openly challenging that I bought form for you. Where did you get the money that you used to buy the form? That all the National Assembly, the State Assembly, all of them are on a higher purchase. If I buy form for you now, you're on a higher purchase. Yes. And look at what is going on. Even the international community, they know what is going on. So to me, is it not Canadian court that told us that PDP and the APC behaving like terrorist organization. Are you not seeing what is going on? Bring any APC or PDP person to their studio. They will terrorize you. You ask them, they will tell you, no, they can lie. There's nothing. You find them. Later, they recruit boys, data boys. They are the ones that recruit data boys that will be telling them, LMA Road, they don't finish them. They don't tie them. Is it not corruption? Money that they will use to work, they use it to be paying for data boys. They are recruiting boys, going around looking for people that will join them, a welcome development scholar boys. So what are you telling me? So to me, you don't need anybody to tell you that Nigerian politicians, if you're looking for criminals, these same criminals are only people that are carrying guns. They are there inside APC and the PDP. They put there. They want me to start mentioning them. Look at the River State. Come and give a stewardship account. Somebody telling you that you don't have right to ask me to. How much did you receive? Okay. I send you for an errand. You buy bread, 200 or 300. Where is my change of 300 or 200? Oga is telling you, don't ask me that again. And it's up to now, Mr. President. Number one man, integrity. I've not said anything. That you send somebody an errand with the 1,000 naira, go and buy something of 500, return back. You can't give change in a country like this. You ask them to come to the studio and they explain.
Right.
You ask them questions, they choose the question they will answer. Terrorizing people everywhere. Canadian court said that APC and the PDP are terrorists. You think that they don't know what they are saying? Let me see them that place that very day. I wait for them forever.
Right. Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
I can. Please go on.
Yeah. Talking about corruption, right?
Yes.
Okidim Jr. from Abua.
All right.
Yeah.
Are you there? Okay. Good evening. Your name and location. Can you hear me? Are you saying anything? Hello? Hello, good evening. Yeah, good evening. Can you speak up, please?
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I beg those countries, they should, before they sanction them, they should write their names, announce to Nigerians, let us know. Because we are being covered in Canada by terrorists group, according to their judgment. These things, we cannot fight them, we cannot destroy them, we cannot do them anything. I'm praying that other countries abroad, which they always run to during their vacation or whatever they do, they run to that country. Make those countries give them sanctions more, so that that God will help us. Because as we are sitting down here in Nigeria, we don't have power, we don't have any help to help ourselves when they are doing us all these things. Let this country, I beg God, help them. May they help us. Whether they go and help, make them pull down small, because they are dying here, they are killing us here. We don't get mouth, we don't get power, we don't do anything. Shey, God, may they write their name for us, may we follow hear them. Even if they are senator or who they be, may they write their name one by one. Me, I go copy and put on my diary. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Your name and location.
I got you on the line.
All right.
I got you on the line.
Onoche, please go on.
Please, I want to stand. We are talking about corruption, I think.
Go on. Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Now,
we're not just talking about corruption. The United States has warned that corrupt Nigerian government officials risk visa
Yes.
restrictions. Yes. They
That's
posted
what I'm
this
saying.
on their X handle
I
today.
want to start where Bible starts. Where God say what? That woe to that man who sees white and call it black. Woe to that man who see good and call it bad. In Nigeria, that is what is happening. Which people that started it? Politicians. You know that this person is the right person that wins this game. You refuse to give it to that person. Say you are Baba. You are the honor of Nigeria. You are the honor of the whole universe. It is evil under the sun. Number two, police is capable to say, no, the idea, watching what is happening, they keep quiet because they stop. People don't tell them, say, don't do. Evil under the sun, corruption everywhere. See, God has said something. Nobody to respect, nobody to fear. Fear of God is not in anybody again. Only I want to inquire this, I want to inquire that. It is evil under the sun. Only the grace of God. No matter how we discuss, only the grace of God will save Nigeria. Yes, only the grace of God. If the people that are on top, Bible says, if the head is spoiled, the tail will spoil. Yes, if the people on top cannot maintain, the people on the lower place cannot maintain now. Yes, if you come for the judiciary now, they are doing anyhow they like because it is in their hand. Nobody to say. If you say, they say make them kill you. Let us pray to God. The grace come. Let us pray to God and say, God forgive. Otherwise, we are going somewhere to clash. To clash.
All right.
I refuse any spirit of war to Nigeria because we saw something when Biafra and Nigeria fighting war. We suffer. We don't want it again. Let people say the truth, and the truth shall set us free. Otherwise, things are going to happen. I stop here.
All right. Good evening. Your name and location.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening.
Yes, I called back. Can you hear me?
What's your name? Good evening. Your name and location.
Hello. Good evening. The one and only beautiful queen in the radio. A blessed one to you and a bad one to all the bad politicians, hypocrites all over within and outside Nigeria. My sister queen, you see. Queen, are you there?
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening.
Very good. Thank you. My sister queen, you see, when I hear what the United States, Abi Kingdom, they are talking about, the corrupt politicians in Nigeria from henceforth, they may be restricted to come into their country. My sister, that is just a kind of jamboree statement, a political vendetta that has no basis, in the sense that these men, they are the originator of corruption that has long exists. I don't want to talk about the colonial time and the slave trade and what have you to date. Now the present one that is before each and every one of us, they say a man claimed that he went to Chicago University. Before the election, these people were not able to come and say something. They keep saying they will release report, and I don't know the kind of colors of water that will pass under the bridge. This man will suspend it. This man in a gymnastic maneuver way, today he says the leader of our great nation. And yet, recently, these people came out and say FBI want to release the Chicago whatsoever incident or what drug-related charges and cases and what have you. before you blink your eye and know this man has cooled down and nobody is saying anything. What kind of colors of water has passed under the bridge that they no longer, they are just using it to make, is that not the highest level of corruption? Collaborating with corrupt people here in the nation and doing all manner of corrupt gymnastic way of maneuvering things, and today they are coming. Is it today that we have been hearing? They told us the other time that any politician that is involved in election crisis or what have you, they will ban him from coming to their nation. Let me ask you, they killed a man, INEC official, and his family, burned them alive in their room. To date, nobody is held responsible. People who are here in our state here, we have seen how so many kind of crisis, ballot snatching. Very recently, we heard that somebody bought a beautiful house in the United States for his children without knowing how come he got that money. Even Dangote, I don't think he can buy such house. But a man who, from day one, we know him as a politician today, and I don't know their salary. Nobody knows their salary. They will never come and tell us. And we say we have whatsoever bureau and what have you that are responsible for that aspect. But they will never come out and tell us the salary of these politicians, the president, the other day the Senate, whatsoever, they're calling them Senate, this thing sometimes it's even very, very difficult or ridiculous thing to pronounce. They say their salary is 200 and something naira. But this man, we had even their colleagues. One of them, this man shows, and he came out, said they are collecting 13 million naira outside their main salary every month. So, but here they will come out and lie to us. Everything, they keep lying, everyday lying. We have a man here how he won the election, we don't know. We have a Senate president, even how he became senator before Senate president. I don't know what the court did for him to somersault him and Ahmed Lawan in 360 degrees. And they say they are senator, they won. We have all manner of cases here. So I don't want to hear this thing that the United, whether state or kingdom, are talking about corrupt people. That has been a constant record break or whatsoever to our hearing. So they should just keep quiet. If they want to do anything, let them do it so that we'll be seeing that actions speak louder than words. Let us be seeing that they are doing something. They should not come and be bamboozling us. So they are mesmerizing with this man. The Jagaban now, let them release the Chicago report and the drug-related charges that he was charged about. Let us know. Let us see that report.
Good evening. Your name and location.
Hello, Queen.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. This is Chief Solomon.
All right, Chief Solomon.
All right. You see, all of us calling on the radio, all of us, if we give us this country, all of us, I believe we are all the same DNA. Just minus few of us. So the United States, they have said their own. Yes, even this Abraham Traore, the president of Burkina Faso, I think he's trying to unite African countries to be one. All is to fight corruption. This corruption we are talking of, Nigerians are more rooted. You see, so this is why Nigeria has gotten a bad record in all the countries. So that is why Nigeria becomes a suspect. And then, as long as money is good, Bible, the book of Ecclesiastes has said, money answereth everything. And Nigerians love money. I don't think corruption can be able to disappear. Because everybody wants to be rich. Everybody wants to count money. And we forgot that in other passage of Bible said, the love of money is the root of all evil. You see, so Nigerians, we are corrupt to the extent of even kidnap and dealing with the human parts we know where they sell these human parts here in Nigeria, here in River State here.
You know.
But yes, most of us know. People are talking of a che.
Oh, okay.
Most of these big men, they know where they got their passes. But all those things are corruption. How will
Okay,
they
you
go
said
and fight?
they know, not you know.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because they have been saying, say, AJ have any human pass stealing, this, that, they kill, they land grabbing, all those things. We know all those things. All those things are the corruption we are talking of. You see, so how to fight it is very easy. But ditto, all of us have stained our hands, and we love money, and we must have money. You see, so the worst part is that we should be careful of how, if we are making effort to travel to abroad, because the world has already known Nigeria as a corrupt country.
All right. Let's see some messages. If you just tuned in, it's Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. No visa for corrupt Nigerian government officials. U.S. warns, it says, is extending its collaboration and strategy, and there's no borders to fighting corruption to help the Nigerian government. According to it, it says on its X handle, the U.S. mission X handle today, saying fighting corruption knows no borders or limits on accountability. Even when high-profile individuals engage in corruption, they can be barred from receiving U.S. visas, the mission said. Well, remember that the U.S. had in the past imposed visa restrictions on politicians accused of undermining democratic processes and engaging in electoral malpractices. Now, the latest warning comes at a time when transparency advocates have raised concerns over alleged mismanagement of public funds and abuse of office across different levels of government in Nigeria. How effective do you think? I mean, this is not the first time this is happening, but this is like another warning. And the question is, how would this impact the fight against corruption? Let's see some messages here. Good evening to you, Lady Queen. I am Iberi Ob Jesus from Port Harcourt. Let the truth be told, if UK and Canada block our corrupt politicians from entering their countries, they will enter nearby Arab nation like Dubai until we use China or Abba method. If not, corruption will not stop. God help us. Which one is Abba method? Okay. Corruption is bad, but the US should not patronize us and act sanctimonious. They're part of our problem. See US aid allegations. Who stopped the probe? You can be the most corrupt person in Nigeria, and the US will absolutely work with you if it aligns with their interests. One of the most corrupt agencies in the world is the CIA. They are ready to topple democratic governments for the so-called interest of the US. Flat Earth from Port Harcourt. All right. Good evening, Queen. Please, even in my father's compound, there's corruption. But fighting it can only be when the judiciary is up and doing. Thanks. Odu Godwin C., also known as Bawa Mbugidi. Good evening, Lady Queen. Chima, we should ask ourselves questions. All these allegations, US and Canada alleged against Nigeria that we are corrupt. A country with numerous resources, but their citizens are dying in abject poverty. For me, Nigeria has only one problem, which is leadership. But for us to solve leadership problem, we need to build strong institutions. That's the only way we can fight corruption. Ebuka from SARS Road. All right. Let's see WhatsApp. Queen, talking about stopping corruption in Nigeria, it takes a decisive action by the executive arm of government at all levels, local, state, and federal. Corruption flows from the top, and it has to be tackled from the apex levels. But again, this decisive step can be achieved by a tough military ruler like the era of war against indiscipline of Buhari, Idiamo, John Nwa Ugugu. Okay, that's on. Yeah, that's on WhatsApp, right? And text messages. Well, if you think that I don't think I missed any. Well, let's just see what we can find on Facebook. If we have any comment there, we can take that. Okay, we don't. Let's further a call and wrap up. Good evening. Your name and location. Yes, I can hear you. Good evening.
All right. My name is Vicky. All
right. Please go on.
This US that is shouting, that's an embarrassment to the whole Nigeria. Because I wonder why sometimes when I look at Nigeria, somebody call you If you come to your family, some people will decide to enumerate this and be pointing fingers. Have you gone to market and see how people do in the business? Some people turn the cup. We change life with them. Please, some people who are finding some equality. See what is here. Problem is not only for the politicians, for the individuals. Everywhere, so far as Nigeria is concerned, many people. Because when they say Nigerians, everybody is for the pointing at the other one. And their money, you are expecting them. And they will use it as to you and you buy something. In Nigeria today, everybody point at politician. But if today they will come, you will choose one person. You will love among politicians and say that is the best for you. And the person is angel. Person is the holy one. It's the only accepted one. But other people are here pointing finger upon the person. US that is shouting that we should not come if we are corrupt. How is the United States of America? US, are they not most corrupt people in their country? Are they not these people that taught us all these things we are practicing? How to play all this game? Are they not the one? They developed for and they tried to keep it to us and we borrowed it. United States of America, how dare you tell us that Nigeria is something if we are corrupt? Well, you have the right because it's like Nigeria can do without the United States of America. Not the other countries. The only thing I will tell Nigeria to do, stay away from corruption. Put politicians, put marketers, put church people, religious people, put business class, anywhere you do yourself. Avoid corruption. Look at some sectors today. Before a woman could secure a job, they will say, let me sleep with you. You go to a bank, before you will work there, they will say you will pay or let me sleep with you. Go to our schools today. And we are pointing hand upon the politician. All these things started from the nadia to the village, from the crowd. So when you see all these things, the problem is our product. These people come from a family. They are your brother. We is our brother. Our mate is our brother.
All right.
Our brother. Three of them is in context.
All right. The line is even breaking now. Thank you for your thought. Oh, this message says no corrupt politician will be allowed to enter U.S., meaning no Nigerian politician will enter the United States because of their corrupt DNA that is in their blood. Sent by Ikiabo Jacob in Tombia community. And this last message says, even God knows very well that Nigeria is very, very corrupt, and the corruption is caused by the politicians. Michael Newmont. But that's our show. We'll just wrap it up here. Just no other message. I'm taking it. But thank you for your messages and your calls. Quite appreciated. That's the thrill. The news, the world news at 10. It's coming up shortly. I'm Queen Chima. Good evening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South Sound, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Good evening. This is the World News on your premium talk radio Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I'm Queen Chima. The headlines. River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara expresses commitment to develop state's seaport to stimulate economic growth. Federal lawmakers from River State urge stakeholders to support Governor Siminalayi Fubara and State Assembly in discharge of duties. Speaker of House of Reps Tajuddin Abbas declares support for President Bola Tinubu's borrowing strategy. The foreign scene, NATO to hold talks on Russian jets in Estonia. Now the detail. The Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has assured of his administration's commitment to develop the state's seaports, promising to partner the Nigerian Port Authority (NPA) to create jobs and stimulate economic growth. Governor Fubara gave the assurance in Port Harcourt when he received the chairman and board members of the NPA, led by Senator Adedayo Adeyeye, who paid him a courtesy visit. The visit marked the governor's first official engagement since the end of emergency rule in the state. Fubara welcomed the MP's call for synergy, stressing that state governments must be involved in interventions to ensure they address the genuine needs of the people. He recalled how his predecessor, Nyesom Wike, had insisted on similar collaboration with the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC. He therefore proposed a special meeting with the MPA to discuss strategies for maximizing the potential of the Port Harcourt and Unair ports. The governor further noted that functional ports would create employment opportunities, revitalize surrounding communities, and reduce urban congestion. On sanitation around the host communities, the governor promised to engage local government chairmen in the host areas to ensure a cleaner environment around the ports. The Rivers State Caucus in the National Assembly has commended President Bola Tinubu for sticking to the 6-month time frame of the emergency rule in Rivers State following the reinstatement of Governor Siminalayi Fubara. In a statement jointly signed by Senator Barry Mpigi and House of Representatives members Dom Deko, Kingsley Chinda, and Cyril Hart, the lawmakers urged Fubara and the members of the State House of Assembly, led by Speaker Martins Ameuli, to demonstrate total commitment rooted in openness and unity. This, the caucus noted, would make it possible for both parties to succeed in delivering the dividends of democracy to the people of River State. The federal lawmakers also called on the elders, leaders, stakeholders, and the people of Rivers to embrace togetherness by supporting the governor and the assembly in discharge of their duties. The caucus further pledged its commitments to the protection of the interests of River State at all times, promising to always work towards a harmonious and progressive relationship among all stakeholders. The coordinator of the Grassroots Development Initiative, Bright Ameuli, has been criticized over his remark that all those who went to the airport to welcome Governor Siminalayi Fubara are cultists. The convener of Rivers Peace Initiative, Obinna Ebugidi, in a reaction to the comment by Ameuli, who is a loyalist to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, expressed regret that a simple symbolic expression of solidarity by citizens welcoming their governor will be cast in the light of division. Ebugidi said in every democracy, people reserve the right to celebrate their leaders, but to interpret such a gesture as an act of hostility is not only unfair, but also risks deepening the very 40 lines Rivers people are all working to close. He warned that at the delicate moment in the state, the emphasis should not be on who stood at the airport or who was absent, but on how Rivers people as stakeholders can collectively consolidate peace and return the politics to the path of stability and service, insisting that with the people, what the people need at the moment is healing, not a contest of loyalty parade.
At this delicate moment in our state, the emphasis should not be on who stood at the airport or who was absent, but on how we as stakeholders can collectively consolidate peace and return our politics to the path of stability and service. Rivers State needs healing, not a contest of loyalty parades. Bridging divides cannot be achieved through finger pointing or mutual suspicion. Time for factional politics ought to have come. This is the time for all hands to be on deck to promote state stability. So what we need now is state-driven politics. His Excellency Governor Sim Fubara has consistently demonstrated goodwill.
The Ameuli family, Mbodo Alu, Hikari local government area of River State, has dissociated itself from the activities of Fabulous Ameuli, citing a recent court judgment that awarded the family ownership of a land along the airport road. Chairman of the family, George Ameuli, stated that Fabulous had refused to keep the family informed about the court victory. The family warned that anyone involved in land-related transactions in the area without following due process will face litigation.
Since we won this judgment, as the chairman of the family, my brother Fabulous has not called the family to order to tell the entire family that we have won. So he has been doing things himself. He has been transacting with people himself. So I'm telling the entire public, in it pronounced and transparent to them, that whoever that is transacting with him, that the person is on his own, because the Amewule's family family are not aware, they should stop transacting with Fabulous. Whoever that is transacting with Fabulous Amewule, that is at his own risk, because the family will not allow you to take possession of the land. We are going to go to court.
On his part, a family member also emphasized that one person cannot conduct transactions on behalf of the entire family, specifically mentioning a potential deal with the Academic Staff Union of University, ASU, without family approval.
How can one person from the Amewule family single-handedly decide that he wants to negotiate with ASU concerning a land owned by the Amewule family in Bodoalo? This is completely illegal. Rather, what ASU should do is to come straight to the larger family and discuss collectively. If one single-handedly, one person does that, it is completely illegal. So anybody who takes that risk to deal with just one person from the Amewule family now, the person should know that that process is completely illegal. Rather, the person should come to the general family, meet with the general family, then we can reconcile and then work together. That is the warning and the signal we're sending to the entire public.
The River State Police Command has announced the arrest of 3 suspected kidnappers linked to the kidnapping of Humphrey Mwabara along Igorota Atali Road. The command's public relations officer, Grace Iringakoko, in a statement said operatives of the command attached to the anti-cultism unit in Imoha, while acting on credible information on 26 August, received a distressing report suggesting the kidnap of Humphrey Mwabara. CP Iringakoko said in the coordinated operation on 19th September 2025, 3 suspects were arrested at different locations in Obiabo and Ikwe local government areas of the state in connection with the kidnap of the victim. According to the statement, the suspects Hassan Mohammed from Borno State, Bello Abubakar from Sokoto State, and Yusuf Ahmed from Bauchi State had during interrogation confessed to their involvement in multiple kidnappings in the state. They confirmed their involvement in the kidnap of only Jude and Nwabweze Nchekube on September 24, 2025 at School Road, Igorota Atali, where they collected a ransom of 6,900,000 naira before killing Nwabweze Nchekube. They also confessed to the kidnap of Mercy Chinyere at the same location, where they collected a ransom of 3,500,000 naira before releasing her. The statement noted that while items including 1 G3 rifle with breech, 1 magazine, 1 mobile phone belonging to Humphrey Mwabara, 3 short daggers, 1 jackknife and 1 stainless short knife were recovered, the suspects and exhibits are currently in police custody, and efforts are ongoing to apprehend other fleeing members of the syndicate and to recover additional operational weapons. The Commissioner of Police, River State CP Olubenga Adepoju, commended the diligence, bravery and dedication of the operatives in making these arrests and recovering exhibits. He noted that the outcome of the operation underscored the command's unrelenting commitment to ensuring the safety and security of all citizens of the state and urged residents to report any suspicious activities to the nearest police station or other security agencies. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Thank you so much for staying with us. Now the rest of our stories. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, has declared that the Green Chamber fully supports President Bola Tinubu's borrowing strategy. The leader of the Green Chamber also described borrowing as crucial to Nigeria's economic growth and poverty reduction. Abbas said this in Abuja while speaking at the 8th Annual African Network of Parliamentary Budget Office Conference. He dismissed reports suggesting that the House opposed Tinubu's borrowing plans, calling them mischievous and misleading. The Speaker stressed that the National Assembly recognizes the need to channel borrowed funds into critical infrastructure, power, transport and agriculture to expand revenue-generating capacity. He, however, showed that Nigerians' borrowing plan was guided by prudent and global best practices while noting that plugging leakages through corruption and illicit financial flows remained critical. He maintained that responsible borrowing, coupled with strict oversight and anti-corruption reforms, would safeguard the country's economic future. President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his administration's support for constitutional reforms aimed at strengthening Nigeria's institutions, promoting justice, and guaranteeing fundamental rights. Speaking through the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, SGF, George Akumi, at the National Public Hearing on the review of the 1999 Constitution in Abuja, the President described the process as a golden opportunity to entrench good governance, inclusivity, and sustainable development. The President commended the House of Representatives Committee on Constitution Review, chaired by Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu, for creating an inclusive platform that engages citizens, civil societies, political parties, professional groups, and traditional institutions. Tinubu urged Nigerians to approach the exercise with patriotism and responsibility, stressing that the quality of ideas generated will help shape laws and institutions for future generations. Speaker of the House of Representatives Abbas Tajuddin described the public hearing as a significant moment in Nigeria's democratic journey, assuring that the National Assembly would expedite the process to avoid unnecessary delays. On his part, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Constitution Review Committee, Benjamin Kalu, disclosed that 87 amendment bills were compiled from nationwide public hearings, memoranda, and regional consultations. The Federal High Court, sitting in Abuja, has deferred full-blown hearing of the 6-count cybercrime charge the federal government preferred against the suspended senator for Kogi Central, Natasha Abotudwa, till October 20. The scheduled hearing was stalled by a fresh application the defendant filed to challenge the jurisdiction of the court to try her. At a resumed proceeding in the matter, the federal government's lawyer, David Kaswe, told the court that his witness was available for the commencement of the trial. However, Senator Abotudwan's team of lawyers led by Iyogi West Idaho Sasan drew attention of the court to a preliminary objection his client filed to challenge its jurisdiction to hear the case. He told the court that the objection was centered on alleged abuse of the prosecutorial powers of the Attorney General of the Federation, AGF, and Minister of Justice. More so, the defense counsel complained that the prosecution failed to serve him with copies of full statements of the proposed witnesses. In a brief ruling, Justice Muhammad Umar held that he would hear the objection first before taking further steps in the case. The people of Rumu Elewa in Rumuakunde community in Emoha Kingdom, Emoha local government area of River State, have scheduled their New Yam Festival of Onwaizi Mini, beginning with Tarry Night on Wednesday 24th, 2025 at 6 p.m. A statement by the chief priest, Ezi Dike Ebubedike, said the sacred night will be dedicated for traditional prayers to the Almighty God and the ancestors of their land, demanding for divine grace and upliftment in Emoha and Ikurowa at large. The statement said the event marks the spiritual opening of the main New Yam Festival celebration, which commences properly on Thursday, 25th September 2025 at Rumuelelewa Town Hall at 10 a.m. prompt. The chief priest, Ezi Dike Bubedike, in the statement also said all traditional rites and honors shall be performed at the sacred Ubirowa Ezi Mini, adding that it will be a day of blessings, healing, and thanksgiving as the Spirit bestows abundance upon the people. On the foreign scene, Estonia has called for urgent talks with NATO allies less than 2 weeks after Poland did the same after claiming an incursion by wave of Russian drones. NATO ambassadors will hold talks tomorrow on the violation by Russian fighter jets of Estonian airspace after Tallinn called urgent consultations under Article 4 of the Alliance's founding treaty. NATO scrambled jets after 3 Russian MiG-31 fighters had over the weekend breached Estonian airspace for some 12 minutes, triggering complaints of a dangerous new provocation and a denial from Moscow. Estonia immediately called for urgent talks with NATO allies less than 2 weeks after Poland did the same after claiming an incursion by a wave of Russian drones. Under Article 4, any member can call emergency discussions when it feels its territorial integrity, political independence, and security is at risk. Tomorrow's talks will be the third time Article 4 has been invoked since Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, and the 9th time it has been triggered in the alliance's 79-year history. NATO's collective security is based on its Article 5 principle. If one member is attacked, the entire alliance comes to its defense. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. The Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has expressed his commitment to develop the state's seaports to stimulate economic growth. Federal lawmakers from Rivers State have urged all stakeholders to support Governor Siminalayi Fubara and the State Assembly in the discharge of their duties. We told you that the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, has declared the Green Chamber's support for President Bola Tinubu's borrowing strategy. On the foreign scene, you also heard that NATO is set to hold talks on Russian jets in Estonia. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Kore. For comment and inquiries, please call 0818 389 2850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. My name is Queen Chima. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Good evening, this is Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, Voice of the People, and it's time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the world today. I am Queen Chima. In the headlines, DRC to replace ban on cobalt exports with strict annual quotas. UK, Australia and Canada formally recognize Palestinian state. China launches 2-month social media crackdown to combat harmful content and promote online civility. Kremlin-backed government blames Ukraine for deadly drone strike. Now the news in detail. The Democratic Republic of Congo, the world's top cobalt producer, is lifting its export ban starting from October 16th. The country's strategic minerals regulator announced yesterday that Congo will now control global supply through strict annual export quotas. For the rest of 2025, miners will be allowed to export up to 18,125 tons of cobalt, a key material in electric vehicle batteries. The ban placed since February after cobalt prices hit a 9-year low had triggered force majeure declarations from major producers, including mining giant Glencore. The quota system, backed by Glencore but opposed by CMOC, aims to reduce oversupply, support prices and tighten market control, especially in the face of rising conflict in eastern Congo, where illegal mining is helping fuel violence by M23 rebels. Congo's artisanal mining sector, largely unregulated, remains a challenge for global traceability and ethical sourcing. The regulator says 10% of cobalt export will now be reserved for strategic national projects, and it can buy back any stockpiles that exceed company quotas. In South Sudan, where opposition leader and former Vice President Riek Machar has appeared in court after being charged with crimes against humanity and treason, a fragile power-sharing deal between President Salva Kiir and his longtime rival Riek Machar has been unraveling for months, threatening to return the young nation to a civil war that left 400,000 people dead in the 2010s. Machar was charged this month with murder, treason and crimes against humanity and stripped of his position as first vice president in the unity government, having already spent months under house arrest. He was accused of ordering an ethnic militias attack on a military base in March that the government said killed more than 250 soldiers. Machar's faction denies the charges, saying they are part of Kiir's effort to sideline the opposition and consolidate power. South Sudan gained independence from Sudan in 2011, but was quickly plunged into a devastating conflict between Kiir and Machar between 2013 and 2018. Attempts by the international community to keep the peace process alive and ensure a democratic transition have largely failed. A key spokesman for Djibouti's long-ruling president has resigned, denouncing the country's democratic regression and nepotistic practices. President Ismail Guella has held power since 1999, turning the tiny, arid Horn of Africa nation into a reliable international military and maritime hub for the United States and China. Guella has indicated he may seek a further term in power next year, although that would require change in the constitution. In his statement, the former advisor also said he refused to condone any proposed amendment to the constitution that would allow the head of state to run for re-election in the presidential election due by April 2026. The 77-year-old Guella left open the possibility of running again, which would require a constitutional amendment, as currently the constitution bars candidates over 75. In April 2021, the Djiboutian president was re-elected with over 97% of the vote. His party, the Union for the Presidential Majority UMP, holds a majority in parliament. Guella, better known by his initials IOG, succeeded Hassan Abtidon, the father of independence, in 1999 after serving as his chief of staff for 22 years. Away from Africa to the rest of the world. Britain, Australia and Canada today recognized a Palestinian state in a transformative shift in decades of Western foreign policy, triggering swift Israeli anger. Britain and Canada became the first G7 countries to take this step, with France and other nations expected to follow at the annual UN General Assembly, which opens tomorrow in New York. Israel has come under huge international pressure over the war in Gaza, triggered almost 2 years ago by the October 7, 2023 Hamas attack. It is a breaking point moment for Palestinians and their decades-long ambitions for statehood, with the most powerful Western nations having long argued it should only come as part of a negotiated peace deal with Israel. But the move put those countries at odds with the United States and Israel, with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reacting angrily and vowing to oppose it at the UN talks. A growing number of longtime allies have shifted positions as Israel has intensified its Gaza offensive, vowing to eliminate the Hamas-Palestinian militants. China's top internet regulator has announced a sweeping 2-month crackdown on social media, vowing to combat content containing malicious incitement and conflict and negative outlooks on life, such as world weariness. Beijing requires social media companies to moderate content on their platforms, with posts strictly controlled to avoid anything deemed to be too subversive, vulgar, pornographic, or generally harmful. The notice from the Cyberspace Administration of China follows announcements of penalties this month against 3 popular digital platforms, which is said had neglected content management duties. Over the weekend, the CAC said it would carry out disciplinary and punitive measures against microblogging platforms, Weibo and short video platform Kuaishou, accusing them of highlighting celebrity news and undesirable content. The announcement followed similar action taken by the CAC on September 11 against the Instagram-like Zhang Zhongzhu, known as Red Note in English. The crackdown aims to foster a more civilized and rational online environment. The head of the Kremlin-backed government in annexed Crimea has blamed Ukraine for a deadly drone strike, while Kyiv said a Russian attack had killed 3 people in the country's southeast. Sergei Aksnozov said the Ukrainian military had targeted the Crimean resort towns of Foros, damaging the grounds of a sanatorium and a school building. He said fragments of the downed drone also caused the fire near the coastal city of Yalta. Russia's defense ministry called the strike a terrorist attack and initially put to death toll at 2. Ukraine said Moscow had carried out 46 airstrikes on its territory over the weekend. Russia annexed Crimea in 2014 and wants Kyiv and Western countries to recognize the peninsula as part of its territory. Ukraine forces frequently carry out strikes on the heavily fortified region, including on a bridge connecting it to the Russian mainland. Russian authorities have denied that its aircraft were violating NATO airspace and warned that countries making such accusations risks escalating tensions. 3 Russian fighter jets entered NATO member Estonia's airspace on Friday, remaining there for 12 minutes before being escorted out by NATO aircraft. The Baltic countries said the MiG-31 jets, which were overflying the Gulf of Finland, had their transponders switched off and did not engage with Estonian air traffic control. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov today denied Estonia's version of events, saying the Russian military operates strictly within the confines of international law, including those pertaining to flights. Peskov said that Russia considers Estonia's statement empty, unfounded, and a continuation of the country's utterly unstoppable policy of escalating tensions and provoking a confrontational atmosphere. NATO ambassadors will convene tomorrow for talks on the incursion after Estonia called for urgent discussions on the Article 4 of the alliance's founding treaty. In Mexico, where the death toll from the explosion of a gas truck has climbed to 29 with the addition of 4 more victims at the mayor's office, the truck was carrying nearly 50,000 liters of fuel when it overturned and blew up while traveling through the city's eastern Iztapalapa district on September 10, causing widespread damage and disruption. According to latest official figures, 16 people remain hospitalized while 39 persons have been discharged. Well, in Japan, the only woman in the leadership race for the ruling party has vowed to improve the gender balance in her cabinet to Nordic levels and to ensure peaceful coexistence with foreigners. Sania Takachi would be Japan's first woman prime minister if she wins the October 4 contest to head the Liberal Democratic Party, LDP, and then secures enough support in parliament. Setting out her stall after filing her candidacy along with 4 others, Takachi, seeing otherwise as an arch conservative, said people would be very surprised by her appointment. In Japanese politics and boardrooms, women are rare. Japan ranked 118 out of 148 in the World Economic Forum's 2025 Gender Gap Report. Well, that story from Japan concludes tonight's edition of The World Today, as produced by Odi Nakachi, Celestine of the News Department. But before we go, here is a summary of the stories that made the headlines. We told you that DRC set to replace ban on cobalt exports with strict annual quotas. You heard that UK, Australia and Canada have formally recognized Palestinian state. We also told you that China has launched 2-month social media crackdown to combat harmful content and promote online civility. Finally, Kremlin-backed government has blamed Ukraine for deadly drone strike. Till same time tomorrow. Do have a lovely evening. Thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
BBC World Service, I'm Charles Gitonga in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. Togo's former defense minister and President Faure Gnassingbe's sister-in-law arrested for supporting calls for a leadership change.
She has been calling for Faure Gnassingbe to leave power and saying that Togo needs a change, that it's no longer progressing under him.
1 in 3 children in northern Kenya is suffering from acute malnutrition in a crisis compounded by aid cuts and crocodile attacks.
When crocodile actually attack the fishermen, that also affects the ability for the fishermen to also go out and actually conduct their livelihood activities.
And Niger, Mali and Burkina Faso seek a joint exit from the ICC. What could be their reasons? That's all on the BBC. Tonight in Focus, first the news.
Hello, I'm Moira Alderson with the BBC News. Germany says there must be no further steps towards the annexation of Palestinian territories by Israel, as several more countries prepare to recognise a Palestinian state. The comments echo those of Britain's Foreign Secretary, who's warned Israel against retaliating after London's acknowledgement of Palestine. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said Israel would react to Sunday's coordinated announcements by Britain, Canada, Australia and Portugal. He accused their leaders of rewarding terrorism. Similar stances are expected today ahead of the United Nations General Assembly meeting in New York. Eleanor Kawa is a French MP for President Macron's Renaissance Party.
It's about time that the international community reacts strongly. And no, I do not believe that it would be France's or UK's or Canada's fault if there is an increase in the Israeli response. Quite the contrary.
The Egyptian president, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, has pardoned the prominent political activist, Alaa Abdel Fattah. He's been in jail since 2019 on charges of spreading fake news. He had already been imprisoned a number of times, both before and after the uprising that toppled the former president, Hosni Mubarak. Caroline Hawley reports.
Alaa Abdel Fattah is a writer and pro-democracy activist, last jailed after sharing a Facebook post about torture. But the country's best-known political prisoner is now on the verge of release. After hearing of the pardon, family members headed straight to prison to try to find out when he'll be allowed out. For years, they've campaigned tirelessly for his freedom. His sister Sana wrote on X that she could hardly believe that finally her family would get their lives back.
Reports from the Democratic Republic of Congo say Rwandan-backed M23 rebels have captured the strategic town of Nzibira in South Kivu province. This report from Richard Kagoy.
Witnesses say the rebels bombarded the area before capturing the city on Sunday evening. Civilians living in nearby settlements fled as news spread about the advancing rebels. The latest fighting violates a ceasefire. Nzibira serves as a logistics hub for the army from where they've been battling armed groups. It is endowed with mineral resources such as cassiterite and gold. M23 seized the region's largest city, Goma, earlier this year, and its renewed offensive has left thousands dead and displaced hundreds of thousands.
New research shows most of the largest fossil fuel producing nations are planning to increase operations within the next 5 years, despite pledges to transition to cleaner energy sources. Under the Paris Accords, nations have agreed to strive to limit global temperature rises to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The report suggests the projected 2030 production of coal, oil and gas will mean that target is missed by more than 120%. World News from the BBC. President Vladimir Putin says Russia is prepared to extend by 1 year the last treaty underpinning modern nuclear arms control, provided Washington does the same. The 14-year-old new strategic arms reduction treaty is due to expire in February, but he added Moscow would not limit its freedom of action.
I emphasize, and no one should doubt this, Russia is capable of responding to any existing and emerging threats, not with words, but by employing military technical measures. An example of this is our decision to abandon the unilateral moratorium on the deployment of land-based intermediate and shorter-range missiles.
The Polish Prime Minister, Donald Tusk, says he'll authorise the shooting down of any flying objects that violate his country's airspace in clear-cut situations. Earlier, Polish and NATO fighter jets shot down Russian drones that entered Polish airspace. Mr. Tusk added he wanted to be certain that Poland would have the backing of NATO in critical situations. Denmark says it will create a reconciliation fund to compensate indigenous women affected by a forced contraception programme in Greenland. Between the 1960s and the 1990s, Danish and later Greenland authorities forced thousands of Inuit women to have contraceptive coils fitted without their consent. Many of the women were left sterile and suffered physical and psychological problems. The Danish Prime Minister said her country can't change what's happened, but can take responsibility. A moose, whose travels across Europe have been followed by thousands on social media, has been released into a Czech national park. The moose, nicknamed Emil, is thought to have walked from its native Poland through the Czech Republic and Austria. Emil has enjoyed a summer on the loose, travelling hundreds of kilometres and leading to dozens of sightings in towns and villages. The young moose has now been fitted with a GPS tag, meaning any future adventures will be monitored. That's the latest world news from the BBC.
Hello, I'm Charles Gitonga, and here is what's coming up for you on this edition of Focus on Africa. How aid cuts and crocodile attacks are driving malnutrition in northern Kenya.
The majority of the populations in northern Kenya actually rely on pastoralism and fishing. So when crocodile actually attack the fishermen, that also affects the ability for the fishermen to also go out and actually conduct their livelihoods activities.
And Niger, Mali and Burkina Faso seek a joint exit from the International Criminal Court. What are their reasons?
There is the saying that the ICC is a shadow over every country where crimes are being committed. So it's not so much whether the ICC is actually investigating, but the fact that the ICC exists and the fact that it has got potential to investigate whatever crimes may be committed in those countries.
It's Monday, September 22nd. First, we go to Togo. The former defense minister, Marguerite Nyakade, is under arrest. She was detained last week. Now, she's not just any political figure. Ms. Nyakade is sister-in-law of President Paul Nyasimbe, married to his late elder brother. But she's also known for speaking out against the government. Recently, she openly called for the president to resign and urged the military to stand with the people to end almost 60 years of family rule. President Nyasimbe has been in power since 2005. His father, Nyasimbe Eyadema, ruled for 38 years before him. And now, prosecutors say Nyakade has links to opposition members in exile. Even her son, Jonathan Nyasimbe, was briefly arrested last week. Her arrest was connected to the popular Togolese musician Nasise Esowet Chala, also known as Amron, who was in police custody. Here is Togolese State Prosecutor Mawama Talaka explaining the charges.
Mr. Chala Esonziwe, also known as Amron, was arrested September 19, 2025 and placed in police custody. The ongoing investigation revealed a connection between Amron and Mrs. Nyakade Esonzina in the planning of offences she is accused of. Mr. Chala Esonziwe was brought before the investigative judge the same day. A judicial inquiry is properly opened against him. He is accused of charges including incitement against authority, of insulting public officials and spreading false information. He was convicted and placed under court supervision.
But critics of the government see it differently. Here is Ajamagbo Johnson, head of the opposition in Togo.
We firmly condemn this act, which shows that Togo is not a democracy. And we think that while Togolese youth are protesting and asking for the departure of this regime, this is not a good idea to arrest people. That's why we are appealing for the release of Madame Nyakade and of all those who has been arrested before her.
She also told us how in Togo, it's the women who are speaking against power.
We can say that generally they've done it because they want Togolese citizens to fear and to refuse to get involved in politics, especially for women. But you know, as a woman, I don't fear. I know this situation. I've been arrested, and we can say that this cannot prevent Togolese to continue to fight for the change they want.
So are these only divisions in the presidential clan, or is there something bigger at stake? Paul Melly, a West Africa analyst at Chatham House, told me more about Ms. Nyakade.
She was the head of a bank, but then in 2020 she was made defense minister, but it's a post that she only held for a couple of years. So she was dropped from government in 2022. But equally important, she was the sister-in-law of Faure Gnassingbé, who is Togo's leader, now prime minister, but formerly before he was president. So the reason that she's a significant figure really is because she's somebody who was part of the ruling family and part of the governing machine, if you like, but with this strong family connection to the man who leads Togo. And now she's come out backing the opposition calls for change, and she's basically said that he should quit power.
Could you tell us a bit more about her statements? What did she say, and what is the significance of what she said?
She has been calling for Faure Gnassingbé to leave power and saying that Togo needs a change, that it's no longer progressing under him. And the reason why that matters is because although he has personally only been in power since 2005, he is the son of Nyasimbe Eyadema, who was a military ruler who seized power back in the 1960s and has ruled the country until his death in 2005. And then his son took over. And so, from the point of view of Togolese citizens, the country got its independence in 1960, and for most of that time, it's been ruled by the same dynasty. That's a huge time for a single family to be dominating the political system.
So is it the fact that she served as a defense minister, which is a powerful position, I would assume, and the fact that she's affiliated to the Nyasimbe family, that you think has angered the regime, that she should not be ideally making statements opposed to the family and the leadership in the family?
The defense minister role is, in a way, less significant. I think the point is that for a time, Faure was able to surf, if you like, on this image of modernizing reform, and conditions for ordinary Togolese clearly got rather better and political life became more free. But once he'd been in for more than 10 years, you began to get pressure and demands for change. So there was a big wave of street protest, which was supported by the churches in 2017. Right. And which saw a new opposition figure emerge in the north, which is the ruling party's electoral power base. In the end, the regime managed to crack down on it. But then in 2020, around the next presidential election, again, there was another wave of protest. Not violence, but just a lot of people backing the opposition. And so in 2024, the regime sought to find a way of prolonging Faure's hold on power, but get him round the constitutional term limit.
Just explain to us then the context, because protests are still happening in the country and a few people have been arrested, that have been associated with planning or participating in the protests in Togo against the prime minister, used to be president. But why is this happening? What is this new thing that has triggered the country to react in this way?
What's really built up to this wave of protest over the last year is this latest constitutional change. In 2017, there was that big wave of popular protest. The regime managed to crack down on some of the protesters quite severely. Then in 2020, around the presidential election, the main opposition candidate did better than the government had expected. There was another big wave of protest. Some people think he may even have won, but nobody knows the true figures.
Paul Melly, a consulting fellow with the Africa program at the International Affairs think tank, Chatham House. To Kenya now, where humanitarian aid organizations are raising an alarm over the rising levels of malnutrition among children. According to one organization, Save the Children, 1/3 of children in northern Kenya are malnourished. They say mothers in the region are struggling to feed their children due to drought, and the situation has been worsened by crocodiles attacking fishermen when they go out to catch fish. Cuts in foreign aid further exacerbate the situation because fewer nutrition services are reaching those in need. Here are two mothers, Dina and Josephine, describing how they've been affected.
When I have little breast milk, my young children cry a lot because they haven't had enough. Sometimes they go to bed without food. When morning comes, they don't wake up. They become weak and sleep as if they're sick. Even my daughter will say the same, that she is sick. I ask her where she feels pain in her body, and then she points her stomach. Then I'll conclude that it's hunger because they went to bed without food.
Sometimes when you get sick and go to the hospital, we are told to pay, and that's challenging. We don't have money, so we have to sell a goat, take the money and pay for the health service. This is because we no longer have organizations who used to help children who are malnourished.
Malnutrition levels in the northern Turkana region of Kenya far exceed the global rate of 15%, and there are fears things will only get worse if nothing is done. I heard more from Ponpan Jib Rabiltosapon, the country director for Kenya and Madagascar at Save the Children. First, what is malnutrition?
So malnutrition is basically the condition for anyone, either children, full-grown adult, to actually do not have enough nutrient to actually sustain their healthy life. In our programs, we focus quite a lot on children under the age of 5, as well as mother and also the pregnant and lactating women, because these groups of populations are more vulnerable than others, and they need specific nutrients to make sure that their healthy conditions can be maintained.
Describe for us then what your team has been observing in northern Kenya in regards to this matter.
We've seen that, of course, majority of populations in northern Kenya actually rely on pastoralism and also fishing to put the food on the table. But at the same time, with the change in the climate, as well as the recent locust infestation earlier this year, has also contributed to quite a significant reduction in the vegetation cover. It's impacting the grazing.
But in terms of the people, and especially the children, what did you find there? How many are affected? What's their condition like? What kind of help do they have access to?
So in July and August alone, of 2,780 children that screened by our team at the outreach clinics in Turkana, 1/3 of those children actually are found to be suffering from acute malnutrition, which also include the most severe form of malnutrition that could lead to death if not treated.
So something from your report that I found very interesting, I'd like us to look at, is that crocodile attacks are somehow contributing to this. Just explain to us how this happens.
The majority of the populations in northern Kenya actually rely on pastoralism and fishing. So when crocodile actually attack the fishermen, that also affects the ability for the fishermen to also go out and actually conduct their livelihoods activities.
So I guess what I want to understand is, does that mean that the crocodiles can then come closer to the shores of the lake and you're fishing nearby, you would be attacked? Or I just want you to explain to us how exactly it works, what your team observed or what the community there told you are the circumstances that are making this happen.
Not all the fishermen actually have the boats that are quite protected. Some of them actually use the raft to actually use to go and fishing. And these rafts may not be providing a lot of protection against threats such as the crocodiles. So when these has been reported, there has been fear as well on ability to safely go out and actually conduct their livelihoods activities.
Speak to us then about the steps that you've taken to respond to the situation.
We have deployed our emergency health unit that we work with our team in Turkana as well as the County Ministry of Health to set up the health and nutrition outreach sites to provide services for children and also adults, and focusing on pregnant and lactating women in the most at-risk areas who have been cut out from these life-saving health and nutrition services, as well being affected by the lack of access to food and also the food insecurity situation in the area. However, because of the funding landscape and the funding cut that are happening globally, including in Kenya, the future of these outreaches are not certain.
So what were you able to do before the funding cuts in the years prior for the children, for the communities in places like northern Kenya that you are now not able to do or struggling to do?
A lot of our communities that we support through the outreach, the nearest health facility without the outreach could be from 16 kilometers, sometimes to even 30 or 40 kilometers. A lot of women that we spoke to, the mothers that we spoke to, they often have to just walk by foot to actually those outreaches or the health facility. So without the outreaches, the distance that these mothers have to carry their babies and children to the health facilities could be as far as 30 to 40 kilometers in a hard-to-reach area. More has to be done. And we are asking for all the stakeholders to come in and help contributing to ensure that these children can be safe.
Many thanks to Ponpan Jib Rabiltosapon, the country director for Kenya and Madagascar at Save the Children. And now to The Hague.
Justice for genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, aggression. Justice for the victims, survivors, and the bereaved. A path to justice when no other path exists. A court of last resort created by the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court.
That sound from a video released by the International Criminal Court earlier this year, spelling out its mandate. Now, according to the court, commonly referred to as the ICC, 125 countries around the world are state parties to the Rome Statute, upon which the court is established. Of these, 33 are in Africa. But this could change. Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger are preparing a coordinated withdrawal. This follows a recent meeting of their justice ministers in Niamey, the capital of Niger. As you may already know, these three countries have experienced military takeovers in recent years and have grown increasingly vocal about their desire to distance themselves from Western governments and institutions. There are concerns that a withdrawal will not only raise questions about the future of accountability for grave crimes in the region, but also test the reach and credibility of the ICC in Africa, where some governments view the court as politicized and biased. Pakiso Mochochoko is a former director of cooperation in the Office of the Prosecutor at the International Criminal Court. So what formal steps would Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger have to take to leave the ICC?
Well, the ICC is a voluntary organization and everybody joins it voluntarily. So those who join are also free to leave. To do so, the statute provides that a state that wishes to withdraw from the ICC should send a notice of withdrawal to the United Nations Secretary General. Then he or she notifies all the states, but the withdrawal becomes effective only 1 year after that notification of withdrawal by a state to the United Nations Secretary General.
Why does it take 1 year?
The whole idea at the negotiation of the Rome Statute was that states should not be given a chance to just immediately withdraw and therefore abandon all their duties, responsibilities and obligations under the statute. And therefore there should be at least a breather, a period of about a year within which that withdrawal takes effect. So it should not just be immediate, otherwise states would just commit crimes and then immediately withdraw, and then that would be it. It would be a bye-bye. Nothing could be done to them.
Could you also just explain what those obligations are?
So when the states ratify the ICC, when they become members, one of the obligations that they undertake is for them to fully cooperate with the ICC in its investigation and prosecution of the crimes that ICC is investigating. So, for example, if the ICC is investigating state A and that state withdraws from the ICC and the withdrawal has to take effect within a period of a year, within that period, the state remains obligated to cooperate with the ICC. And again, that withdrawal does not in any way abrogate the state's responsibilities with regard to any crimes that were committed prior to the withdrawal. So until after all the crimes that were committed before the withdrawal, the ICC will continue to have jurisdiction over them, and the state will continue to have responsibility and an obligation to cooperate with ICC in respect of those crimes that were committed before the withdrawal.
I see. So just explain to us then what grievances these three countries, Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger, have against the ICC. Why do they want to leave?
I will not be able to speak on their behalf and whatever reason that they have, but I think there is the saying that at least one writer put it rightly, said that the ICC is a shadow over every country where crimes are being committed. So it's not so much whether the ICC is actually investigating, but the fact that the ICC exists and the fact that it has got potential to investigate whatever crimes may be committed in those countries, that in itself is a deterrent to those states. So maybe those countries fear that they have got the knowledge that they have been committing crimes, or there are crimes that have been committed within their jurisdiction, and therefore they want to leave so that in their minds then they can prevent the ICC from investigating those crimes. Just to say again that it's not only these countries that have threatened to leave the ICC. There are many others that have threatened to leave the ICC simply because they know that there's the potential for the ICC to investigate them for the crimes that are allegedly being committed in their own countries.
But there's also the critique, especially on the African continent, that the ICC seems to be more focused on crimes, happening on the continent and not so much elsewhere. I think people just look at it and they don't see a recent record of a huge global leader or a leader of global significance being tried for any crimes, and some have had arrest warrants on them, like President Putin of Russia or Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel. But it does seem that for Africa, people seem to go on trial, cases seem to be investigated. So there's that criticism as well. What do you think about that?
Yeah, but that criticism is unfounded, as you have also rightly pointed out. The ICC is not only focusing on Africa. This was the notion that was peddled in the past by Africans when they wanted to find an excuse for leaving the ICC, and which was an unfounded excuse. But as you rightly point out, the ICC is not only focusing on crimes committed in Africa. The ICC is focusing on crimes committed anywhere in the world, and it will go after...
But is the success rate the same? Do they have the same level of success elsewhere in the world as they seem to have in Africa when it comes to investigating and prosecuting, these crimes?
Yeah, I mean, the record is clear on that. It's not only crimes that have been committed elsewhere. Some suspects have come before the ICC, and some of them have either been convicted or some of them have been released because there was not sufficient evidence. That has happened in Africa. Laurent Gbagbo in Cote d'Ivoire, he came before the ICC, and there are a couple of many others in Africa. So the ICC is about the evidence, not about where the person comes from. If there's evidence and the judges weigh that evidence independently, then they will convict. But if the prosecutor fails to meet the threshold, irrespective of where the alleged perpetrator comes from, if there's not enough evidence, then the judges will acquit the person.
Many thanks to Pakiso Mochochoko. Focus on Africa was created by Mark Wilberforce, Bella Hassan, Nyasha Michelle, and Sunita Naha in London. Jul Kiryongi is here in Nairobi. Paul Bachibinga was a senior producer, along with the technical producer, Jack Graysmark. Samuel Murunga, Andre Lombard, Mariam Abdallah, and Alice Mudengi are our editors. I'm Charles Gitonga, and we'll speak again next time.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081-389-2850 now for more information.
Station with the...
As the voice of the people, we make sure that no one misses out. On Today 95.1 FM, there's something for everyone.
Our tech show, because tech is new money. Our kids show, because we love the little ones.
Our Gospelration, because it's the moment of truth. Our High Life show, because high life is vintage.
Our sports show with the adrenaline. Our midnight show, because we care about your love life.
Our nostalgia drive, because old is gold. Our show for young people, because Gen Z code is on.
Our Pidgin Bit, because na Naija we dey. Our book review, because books are a mirror. Our big stories, because big things only.
Our health shows with seasoned health experts, because we care that you're healthy. Our eyewitness report, because we want to hear from you. Our reggae show, because Rastafari.
One love.